1604 genuine antique map. Okay. Anion Quivera by Magini. Oh man, would you check this out though? Circulus. We're gonna talk some Circulus drive love to Aqua Top Battle. Anion. Now this is supposed to be North America, man. You see that septum, seven. Quivera Anion, right? It's supposed to be North America, God. Espanol, Hispania, Nova Hispania, New Spain. Aslan, whoa, right, okay. Right next to Aslan in the middle is Cibola. So we got a Cibola. Cibola means promised land, like Kalalus. Managa, this is 1604. This is America, right? This is America, right? So we've been talking about India Superior. We're just looking at Anion right now. Get the drop. And Anion is R9. We talked the borders, Moab, and oh boy. And Anan, is Anan, right? Like Anan ben David, which some would call Kana. We'll get to it. Quivera. Now, North America, right? South America, you see Peru, and all the Chile, all that South America. Now, what's this? Terra del Fuego. Oh, some more Antarctica drop. We're just talking about Circulus. An entire region mapped out with no ice on Antarctica's chest. What's all this? What is all this, right? New Guinea? Here? I always thought that was just a little small island, right? What's all this, man? So clearly, more to the imagination, more to meet the eye. And you got all this land popping off, mountain ranges, no ice, and this is supposed to be Antarctica, right? Terra del Fuego. I mean, what area do you call Fuego? That's supposed to be covered in ice, man. This is 1604, so it's falling after the same Perry Reese flow. No ice on Antarctica's chest bone. A lot of the flow we got in the ether packs with all your map packs with the Antarctica drop with no ice on Antarctica's chest bone. Okay. I'm just surfing away, right? Just surfing away. What else they got? Okay. A little close-up action. Kivaria. Is this where they're getting the Korea from? I mean, since we know that China's here, Japan's here, Managa, this is installment number 75 of the Prester John investigation. Hey, you better be tuned all the way up for this one. You better be tuned all the way up. Because we're going to talk Sambatyon like we've never talked Sambatyon. We're looking for this river, this mysterious river, no water, all sand and stones, precious stones and sand. It runs for 6 days and rests on the Sabbath. They call it the Sabbath River or Sambatyon or Sabbatyon. Kavera, Korea, Kavera. Like the Khyber, like the Khyber. See, Kavera, Q-U-I, right? V-I-R-A. All they've done was change these letterings around so, they can change the sound. See, this is originally the Khyber. The Kivera is the Khyber. The Khyber is the Eber. It's the Heber, like the Hebrew. So it goes from being the Eber or Khyber to Kivera or Kibera, just like this here. This great book I need to get by Gene D. Matlock from Khyber Pass, because they got a Khyber Pass in Afghanistan. When you talk Afghan, they keep bringing you to this Khyber Pass, which is really in America, New Mexico, Arizona, you did. When India ruled the world, we talking India superior, so yeah, we ain't talking little India. Baba Kavera, right? Or Grand Quavera is Kivera with the K, interchangeable with the Q. This is just the word magic. Kivera is Khyber, my naga. You see a separate researcher putting this together, not me. I'm surfing the wave with Gene Matlock, man. Get his book. From Khyber or Khyber Pass to Grand Kavera. Khyber is Khyber is Kavera, my naga. Is Heber, my naga. Because they're taking off C's and K's. This is how they're disguising what is Eber. Who's Eber? Oh, now it's a Kiver, right? Or a Kivera with a Q. All to hide the Hebrew, which is you. Eber. Oh, yeah, Eberu. They want to put you in Afghanistan now, Manag. They want to put you on a whole nother land. I think we still just talking Kivera, right? This is America. So Kivera is Eber, Manag. Named after your ancestors, just like the Anan Ben David, that they changed to Arnon in the script and in all these other spots that we got before. Let's go, man. We out of here now. We out of here, baby. Surfing the wave, man. Yeah. I mean, all this land here, what does it mean? All this land in Terra de Fuego, right? Okay. All right. We out of here. Let's go. I'm just digging on Kavera. In order to tell this story, man, we might have to start right about here. Afghanistan. Now we got this out of this medieval empire of the Israelites, by Robert Grisham, pointing us in this direction that this Afghan is a Hebrew. Okay? Yeah, I know. It's crazy. All right. Let's see what let's decipher what they're giving and compare back with that $1,000 book, the medieval empire of the Israelites, that we've been dropping, for all my nagas, absolutely free, the PDF. And it's also on your Ether packs, man. Let's get it. So this is a separate link, that I'm reading for the first time. And I got a couple more. We're going to connect them. We got a whole drop. Go to Prester John 70. You know what I'm saying? I mean, man, when you surfing the wave with the PJs, you know, you got all the drop already, man. Anytime you surfing the wave, just go to the Prester John playlist. You got 1 through 74, you know, all for you. All these are on your Prester Pack 1 through 60. Look out for Prester Pack 2. Every 15 Prester Johns, we're going to pop off another one. These are only going to be $30 when we drop them. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to have all 15 videos from Prester John 61 all the way to 75. And then we're going to keep it going, keep the water flowing. So, yeah, you know, we've been putting in that work as a tribe, searching for HaWah and khandrop, because we can't talk David without talking about keeping the code. So, you know, we keeping the code first, and then we start to seek, right? And this is exactly what we started doing from 2016 through 17. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, through 18, through 19. You did. We never stopped. We're still in 2020, man. We went all the way up, all the way up, talking about them Cushes, Cashes, Asher, and Nimrod, the Cassite. Man, body back for the illusion. Talking about suspended animation, man. And yeah, we went into the Phoenician Naga, the Kuvera. Kuvera is also what they're getting the Kuba from, just like we're talking about the who was it, the Kuba, oh man, what was that connected with? The one of my Nagas, oh yeah, the Indian chief, the Cabal drop, right? So bang, man, so the Cabal and this chief Cabal, is this the same Phoenician Naga king that we brought up in 62? Who is the Prester? Oh man, okay, let's go. Yeah, we talked about, you know, Big Mama Lilith, man, mother of dragons, and possibly her son, which is Nebuchadnezzar. Oh man, we just been popping off, man. Right now, we're talking Afghan, and that's right there in Prester John 70. So, you know, you can get all the way. Oh man, they always trying to add some baloney, man. I don't really appreciate it, man. Move, man. Get out of here, man. Hijack City, man. Yeah, so you can get all the way up to Prester John 74. You know, we went all the way in on the last noble image of the Naga, man, whom I will raise up, Jeremiah 30. So let's stay right here, and you know, this Afghan flow. And again, you got it all right here. Click the link below. Afghan, son of Jeremiah, which we talked about this exact same thing. This link is breaking down. Oh, we out of here, man. Hey, just hold on to your boot bones, man. We out of here. Let's go. So in addition to the historic Jewish roots of the Pathans or Pushtans described elsewhere on the Shaveh Israel side, there is also speculation, right? Yeah, we like to talk speculation. Let's go. That the Afghan royal family. So Managa, you can't talk royalty without talking the tribes of Israel, because it gets no more royal. It gets no more royal than being the actual heritage of the Creator. That's as royal as you get. The Prester flow is as royal as you get, Managa. When I say last noble image of the Negro, so-called Negro, your last noble image, we're talking royalty. We're not talking about, you know, a Negro in a monkey suit, Managa, with a suit and tie looking real American. Nah, man. Get out of Babylon. I'm talking royalty. Who are the royals? Who are the Presters? Man, I don't think you understand. I don't think my Naga's, you know, when I say last noble image of the Naga, man, oh man, shout out to Music 4. Yeah, got some hang drum 432 vibes, man. We are all the way up, man. So just so you know, we in that 432 frequency. We stay 9 above. This is 432 to drop. And this is installment number 74 of the Prester investigation. We talking the Royals. Man, look at the drip, man. You dig? You dig? This ain't never gone out of style. This ain't never gone out of style to be dripping like this. Look at the shoes. Look at the shoes. Man. So he's holding something real important, right? King David is holding something real important, Khan. He's holding that law, right? So this is a priest king, or Khan, manad. When I say royal, let's go, man. Who we talking about, man? My Naga? Who are we talking about? Who is Prester John? Priest king. We're talking royal family, let's go. So there's speculation that the Afghan royal family has its roots in the tribe of Benjamin. So what is Afghan or Afghanistan? What does Afghan have to do with Benjamin? Let's get it. First published in 1635 in a book called Masan-i-Afghani. The tradition has it that King Saul, remember David was a course correction because Israel wanted a king, so HaWah gave them someone to rule them like a king, not a Khan. Oh, they prayed for relief from this king. And, Samuel, what I'm saying, was, appointed, with the great honor of, anointing Dawid. Dawid was personally handpicked, anointed by HaWah as a course correction from Saul, but David still, he didn't want to cause no harm to Saul, for real. And he definitely didn't want to cause no harm to the house of Jonathan. And, he was very close with this house. This is tribe. And, David took in many from the house of Saul of the tribe of Benjamin into his court. You know what I'm saying? So now, first published in 1635, in a book called Masan, Mahsan -I-Afghani, the tradition has it that King Saul had a son called Jeremiah. And do you think it's a coincidence that Jeremiah is over there popping off, saying in Jeremiah 30 that David will be raised again? Get the last drop. Get Prester John 74. Whom I will raise up unto them. King David, whom I will raise up. Whom I will raise up. So why is Jeremiah talking like this? What does Jeremiah have to do with David? Why is Jeremiah prophesying about King David? What's the connection between Jeremiah and King David, my God? Well, tradition has it that King Saul had a son called Jeremiah, who had a son called Afghana. So Afghanistan Afghan is, like we covered before, the grandson of Saul, son of Jeremiah, who died at the time of King Saul's death. And Afghan was raised by King David himself. Whoa, right? So you're not just talking Israelite Afghana. You're talking about Israelite under the house of Dawid. So Jeremiah's bond is literally raised by King David. Why is Jeremiah prophesying? David, whom I will I will raise up, my naga, right? I mean, you heard it. Oh, yeah. Whom I will raise up, Jeremiah 30. We talking about prophecy. The word came to Jeremiah from HaWah, right? So personal relationship popping off. HaWah's giving him that drop. Thus speaks HaWah, the power of Israel, saying, write you all the words I have spoken unto a book. So where's Jeremiah getting this information? According to Jeremiah 30, from HaWah, directly. He said, I'm going to turn the captivity of my people. So HaWah's sending a message. I'm going to save you. I'm going to save you. I will turn the captivity of my people, says HaWah. I will cease. I will cause them to return to the land that I gave their fathers, and they shall possess it. So as soon as HaWah brings you out of captivity, you immediately return to your land, man. All right, you become land conscious, right? The cons are conscious on the land now. Why is Jeremiah popping off about David? Verse 8, and it shall come to pass, says HaWah, I will break his yoke from off your neck bone, burst your bands, and no hijacks, no strangers will make you their slave, right? But they shall serve HaWah your power, and David your king, Khan, whom I will raise up unto them in the future, right? I will raise up David. Why is Jeremiah popping off about David, whom I will raise up unto them? Afghan, right? Afghana was raised by King David. This Jeremiah David connection is very personal. And he remained at the royal court during King Solomon's reign. So he stayed loyal within the house of Khan Dawi. Some 400 years later, that Afghana family fled to the land of Gur, right? So we're hearing about this Gur Khan, which is in central Afghanistan. Is it? Stop. Stop. Because we're talking about the Afghan Pass or the Khyber Pass. They settled and traded with the people in the area, and in the year 662, listen up, they calling out names. They trying to give us a timeline. In the year 662, with the arrival of Islam, the sons of Israel in Gur converted to Islam with 7 representatives of the Afghan. So this is 400 years after Afghan, being raised by King David, remaining in the royal court of Dawi, and remain there with King Solomon as well, right? So 400 years later, certain members of this family of the tribe of Benjamin, grandchildren of King Saul, convert. At least they say. We can't confirm or deny. We don't want to bear no false witness around here. They tell us that, these tribes of Israel converted to Christianity all day, right? And we could believe that because we converted to this day. But that don't mean all of them did. So keep that in mind. But, let's just read it. With the arrival of Islam, 662, sons of Israel converted to Islam with 7 representatives of the Afghan or tribes of Benjamin. The leaders of the sons of Israel was Kish, like the name of Saul's father is Kish. And we said, hey, surfing the wave, there's many variations of this Kish. There's a Cash, like Ash, like Ashur. You also got Cush, right? How many Cushes are there? Which Cush, is the Cush in that, genealogy? Which Cush, is connected with the Cash or the Ash? You know what I'm saying? According to this tradition, writes Rabbi Marvin Tukayer, Muhammad rewarded them, and Kish's Hebrew name was changed to Arab al-Rashid. Kish's Hebrew name. So this is the leader of the son of Israel. Whether you're talking Saul's father or you're talking about, one of his descendants named after Saul. All right, you're talking Kish. According to this Rabbi Marvin, Muhammad, because they converted, he took away his Hebrew name, and that was changed, right? So why would Muhammad do that? Because he didn't want him to have his Hebrew identity, right? He wanted him to convert, so he changed his name to Arab al-Rashid. Now we cooking, right? Because now we can recon some of these Arab al-Rashids and know that even though a conversion was happening now, let's not just act like they converted because they saw the light of Muhammad. You know what I'm saying? We know that it was convert or die, my nigga. Just like Christianity, man. Convert or die. Because they needed, numbers, right? They wanted to convert as many as possible to join this army of Muhammad, right? To get these numbers. And of course, they wanted you to lose your identity because, Moab and Israel been at war. My nigga, this ain't nothing new. No one can deny tribal war more. So this is why they would want you to convert. This is why you would lose your Hebrew name. The Hebrew name was changed, right, to this Arab al-Rashid by Muhammad, all right, and was given the task of spreading Islam among his people. So we're going to, dig on some of this Rashid situation, a little bit, a little here, a little there. But let's talk about Khyber Kavera Pass. Let's go. Tukayer adds that he has met a tribe in the Khyber or Khyber Pass region of Afghanistan. So knowing that he's Hebrew already, tribe of Benjamin, it's got to be American. Because we're talking promised land. We're talking Eden. We're going to talk Havelia. We're going to talk some more about this HaWah situation. And I mean, look out for us, man. You know what I'm saying? I just, this is just, just so we cooking up, some serious strudels around here. I've been looking for that Cities of Gold flow and the other Cities of Gold, the links they keep taking up and down, so this one actually comes directly from YouTube, so we'll be able to kind of surf the wave with this particular Cities of Gold right here. And, see what they got, man, as we look in these. This is season 1 right here. I couldn't believe they were offering such a gem, so we had to scoop that up, man. So look out for it, man. Look out for it. But Tal's always talking about the HaWah situation. HaWah, right? He's from the tribe of, from the land of HaWah, which would connect automatically to Mu. It's interchangeable in some circles that HaWah is Mu. And we even connected that possibly with Kapangu, or this original Japan, which is Ipan, love to the bro, or Eva, or Iban, or, Heva, or HaWah, however we want to call it. So that brings us to 1532. So this, keep this in mind as we serve the way. Hey, we're talking Afghan, man. This is the Prester Hour. HaWah. Okay, well, they're giving us some jewels right here. That there is a tribe that has a Hebrew name. Sons of Israel, originally, right? But the sons of Israel converted, according to the story. Now they are the tribe of Erah Rashid. Specifically, this is Kish. But Kish, becomes a tribe. So Takayir adds that he has met a tribe in the Khyber Pass. They want to say it's Afghanistan. Gene D. Matlock disagrees. It's not us disagreeing. We have sources that are disagreeing, about this Khyber situation. You want to put Khyber in Afghanistan, but you're just talking Afghan, which is a Iberu or Heber. He's from the tribes of Eber. But not. We're just talking a simple flow around here. It gets no simpler than this. And I believe, that's really the secret, what I'm saying, to the success that we've had, investigating, straight up like that. Straight up like that. It's very simple, man. It's right in your Facebook. So where's Khyber? Where's Khyber? Where's Kivera, right? It's right in your Facebook. Where's the Khyber Pass? Khyber or Kivera, my nugget. Where is it, man? Where is it, man? Right in your Facebook. So don't let them take you to no Afghan when you know the real China is here, Japan is here, Kavera or Korea, my nugget, is here. Of course, you got Ania. All this is India superior. This ain't no North America, my nugget. You don't see no North America here. You're just used to calling it that. We've been brainwashed, man. We all in the mind of a hijack, We all coming up out of her, man. Let's go. Khyber Pass region of Afghanistan. Nah, man. We're just talking Afghan. We're talking Khyber, Eber, Hebrew, with several names of the Bible's Joseph. Whoa, whoa. Okay. So Takayir has met a tribe in the Khyber with several names of the Bible's Joseph. So whoever he's meeting in the Khyber, is carrying the name of Joseph. Now look at this area, right? This Kaveri, which is pretty much West Coast, you know what I'm saying? So-called West Coast. You gotta, it's like all this combined. Cali, Nevada, Utah, which is all just, Utah, right? So we know the Grand Canyon is a part of all this. And when you research this Grand Canyon and this G.E. Kincaid. G.E. Kincaid, he's talking about Joseph's body and, Joseph's body being found in the Grand Canyon, this possible connection with this Joseph right here, because Egypt is really right here. Original Egypt. Managa, this is the ancient world. And they're going to have to come up out of these titles because they stole and duplicated and reflected our world over there. They found us in a new world, Managa. They found you in a new world, Managa. You can't get around this stuff. Where's Kavera? In your Facebook. So Joseph's popping up. Yusuf Zai, Yusufusi, Yusuf Zad. Their tradition is that they were carried away from their ancient homeland. Now where could that be? We just talking Hiva? We talking Mu? You need to look to the Pacific before you start believing some out of Africa crossing the Atlantic story, man. Were you carried away by who? How? By the flood, my naga? Like what happened, right? So we gotta, we investigate it. When we say we investigate, that means get the hell up out our way, right? Because we ain't saying we got all the answers. We're saying fall back, get up out our classroom, or sit in the back of the class or in the front, or grab your middle seat. Either way, fall back. We're investigating. Get up out our way. We surfing away. This is Prester John 75, my naga. Wikipedia adds more details, including the claim that the name Cabal, I can't make this up, these Cabals is popping up. We dug on Kabul. Aqua, one of the Aqua said a connection with Sitting Bull. Okay. Of course, you got the Cabal, right? The secret, flow. You got the Kabbalah. A lot comes from this Cabal, man. And we got last time that Cabal is also a person. They call it chief. Chief Cabal, which is also in Sanskrit called Cuba, they say. Cuba. And then we're connecting this Cuba, right, with this Phoenician king. Was that Prester 62, man? We just put it together, man. This Phoenician Naga king, Kuvera. So Kuvera is a person, Kuvera. Just like all these are people, man. You know what I'm saying? These are people. These are Nagas, like Anion, Anan, Kaveri, Kuvera, which is also Kuba, Kubera, the V's and B's. And we said it's the Kubera, this Phoenician king. Is this the same person as this Cabal? Kabul. It's a Kabul, Missouri, right? They say, oh, don't confuse it with Kabul. But in this Kabul, they say they don't know. They don't know the origin of this word. Kabul was known by different names throughout history. Its meaning is unknown, right? They don't know. We don't nothing, boss. Nothing to see here, boss. But we know that Kabul is spelled also Kabul, right? Just like the Kabul, Missouri. They want to put you in Afghanistan. Or are you in Missouri? Texas County, Missouri. Oh, by the way, we got to get back on that West Texas freak show situation they saying, right? The mystery flesh pit. Hey, a lot of y'all saying Leviathan, man. We're going to get on that, man. We're going to do some real recon, real investigation on that and have some fun, man. Hey, we in the victory lap. Let's go. Kabul, Missouri. Now, they give drop. The other one said unknown, right? They say, nothing to see here, boss. Its meaning is unknown. But according to a legend, one can find a lake in Kabul. We about to get back on these lakes, you know. We're about to get back on these lakes. I mean, we got a lot to talk about right here. 432 The Drop Radio. Let's get it. In the middle of which the so-called island of happiness could be found. What? Where's Kabul? Are we just talking Missouri? Who's Kabul? Old legends claim that Kabul was named after the Indian chief who lived there, whose name is Chief Kabul. Kabul. Then they go on with this romance. Him and his sweetheart jumped into an onyx pool, jumped to their deaths, or were they thrown? I mean, we don't know, right? So we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. Or did they go in some vortex inside the onyx pool? We don't know what's going on. But we know Kabul, like Kabul, Missouri, is Chief Kabul that they don't even know any origin of. Right? You look at Kabul, Afghanistan, largest city in Afghanistan. I mean, they just popping off, right? But there is a river, connected with some type of lake and island of happiness. According to the same legend, the island becomes accessible by the order of a king. Really? We're talking kings and Kabul. Through the construction of a bridge made out of straw. According to this legend, the name Kabul was thus formed as a result of these two words combined. Kabul. Man, stop it. I mean, but I do like that lake situation. But stop it, man. You know who Kabul is. You know who Kabul is. They even dropped some drop. They even dropped some drop around here about that. Even more so. They know who Kabul is. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. The meaning is unknown, right? We talking kings and chiefs. But certainly predates the advent of Islam. Right here, back to this again, right? All right, because we've been talking Afghan and then this Arab Al Rashid switch over, switcheroo going down, right? So predates the advent of Islam when it was an important center of the route between India, which won, and the Hellenic world of the Greek situation. Shout out to the Maccabees. In Sanskrit, it was known as Cuba. Cuba, right? Right. Prester John 62, a deified Phoenician Naga king. Go get this drop, because we went in on this Naga king named Kuba or Kuvera. And this Phoenician Naga king is the Hebrew priest king, also known as Eber. Eber. These are Eber. Your ancestor Eber is a priest king, or not a Prester. They're calling it Prester John. We're using the Portuguese and whatever they're calling it. He didn't call himself Prester John, but they carried that function of priest and king. Whether you're talking the same man or, lineage, you know what I'm saying? Or you're talking, my Naga queens, my high Amazon queens that are also Khans, my Naga. So let's get it. Of course, you're talking Lilith, Khan Lilith, you know what I'm saying? Priesthood, man. Priesthood, my Naga. Of course, you're talking Shiva, which they turned to Saba or Shiva. Right now it's a destructive force, but Sheba is a destructive force to them. Lilith is a destructive force to them. So this is why they turn all these into gods and gods of this and gods of that. But it's all your people, your Ibaru people. In this case, we're talking Cuba, man. Kubera is Cuba, is Kavera. Man, let's get it. Kavera, man. Ania. Kavera, man. Right. Okay. Okay. Let's keep reading. We're just talking cable. Cable TV, man, right? Cable TV, right? Cable, right? Having too much fun. Cable is Cuba, my nigga. Yeah. Okay. It's a lot to this, right? So Cuba or Kubera, Chief Kabul, whose name was Chief Kabul. This is an old legend. Claim that Kabul is Chief Kabul. God, okay, let's go. You know, we just talking the basics. Everybody knows this, right? So Kubal or Cuba, Missouri. Managa, we talking the biblical story of Cain and Abel. Whoa. Whoa, they went all the way back. We talking Lilith, and they just went all the way back. According to the historian V. Minorski and W.K. Frazier and M.C. Gillette, the name Afghan appears in 982 CE book called Hudad al-Alam, where a reference is made to Saul, a pleasant village on a mountain. So everything's named after people, right? Now you got the village of Saul. In it lives Afghans. The village of Saul probably was located somewhere near Gardiz, which is just east of Ghazni in Afghanistan. In 1080, Rabbi Moses Ibn Ezra, or son of Ezra, mentions 40,000 Jews paying tribute to Ghazni, and Benjamin of Tudela in the 12th century counts 80,000 Judeans. Let's go. According to Alden Oric, stone tablets with Hebrew inscriptions dating from 1115 to 1215 confirm the existence of a Jewish community. Really? In 1115? In Pharaoh's Call, located between Herat and Kabul. We need these stone tablets with these Hebrew inscriptions, because where did they really come from? America or Afghanistan? In the course of Genghis Khan's 1222 invasion, the Jewish communities were reduced to isolated pockets. Wow. So these Hebrews, just like what we just been lining up with the 1202, Genghis Khan invading Prester John in 1202, right here in America. 20 years later, more Israelites are reduced to isolated pockets. So Genghis Khan was specifically going against King David and the whole house of David, which is Israel, right? So he's coming from another tribe he was personally Just like Afghan was brought up with King David, he was also brought up with King David. His daddy was like a blood brother to King David or Prester John. They called them blood brothers, even though they weren't blood related, but that's how much they had each other's back. And he took Genghis Khan under his wing, but Genghis Khan was so close, he got covetous. He wanted the Khan. He wanted to be the Khan. He wanted to marry David's daughter. David said, "Nah, man, I'm insulted you would even ask that. You're not a real David, man. I just took you under my wing. How dare you ask for my daughters, man?" Genghis Khan got offended. They went back and forth. It was the biggest world war you never heard of, man. So, hey, we're hearing about Genghis. Follow the trail of Genghis, and you can now line up, you know what I'm saying, those that are rocking with each other. You know what I'm saying? You can see how it's starting to connect. Whether you're talking about Genghis Khan rolling up on the Almex or the Shia, Tengu, all the connections, man, with the Karakatai, and now with these Jewish communities that were reduced to isolated pockets. Well, who's that in 1222? More Ibaru. So you're seeing it right in your face bone, Genghis Khan going on up against these Hebrews, man, right? Letting you know what was going on in 1202 with the Prester. Now, more recently in 1948, now they want to bring it to the state of Israel. 5,000 Jews lived in Afghanistan. Man, just stop it, man. Just stop it, man. Hey, cut the malarkey, man. You're talking to Khyber, you're talking to Khyber. You're talking, the Khyber Pass or, Quivera, Managa. And this is what, got us popping off, man. You can see all these different maps, with this Quivera Anion flow. We've been digging on a lot of these, man, a lot of these. And there's a lot more to dig on when you talk Anion. Look at that one. And on the bottom here, you see the Quivera Regnum. Quivera, which is the Khyber or the Khyber, right? Or the Heber, or the Hebrew, or the Eber. The Khyber is also the Cabal, or Cuba. All right here, Arizona, New Mexico. So we see clearly, man. We see clearly. Let's go. I want to talk orientation. Before we get into the Sambatyon. Let's talk some orientation. Love to the HaWah Taibazan. Because, King David brings in the entire investigation. Todd Battle dropping that drop, man. Dropping that drop. And I'll make sure we get these links as well in the drop chatter. Chatter. Get up in the drop chatter box at 432thedrop.com. Password is 1234 Lego. So she's checking out this Florida governor live event. HaWah. She notices something very, very strange. This terror, this beautiful map they got in the back. You see this Circulus Antarcticus. And, looks like, something's going in a circle, man. Right? Yeah, and you start to be like right in your face bone and letting you know that this Antarctica is surrounding you in a complete circle, man. Like we've got so many diagrams before. But, this breaks our spell. Love the HaWah Tie battle. Getting off that ball, that bayal, getting off that bayal. It saves us, man, by being firm again and fixed again and immovable again, Now you can visualize the land of the Prester spreading across the lands beyond the poles, connecting to all the Nagas in Nagaville, because it's still all one earth plane, all one realm that we are connected with. So that's this Circulus Antarcticus, and it's very interesting. I like this link here that Sister dropped. I'll drop this in the drop chatter box. Yeah, okay, Circulus Linis Escater, an Irish astronomical tract. Let's just get some of this. Whoever could perfectly understand the circles, lines, and points of the firmament would understand without doubt the nature of the whole firmament, and the proper way to understand is to consider its form and shape as it is in itself, and ponder it carefully from the inside in your reason and mind. Ponder it carefully from the inside in your mind bone. The position of the first circle of the firmament is as follows: from the eastern point to the central upper point above the earth, and from that to the western point, and from that to the central lower point beneath the earth, and from that again to the eastern point whence it began at first. That circle is called the Orientalis and Occidentalis, i.e., the eastern or western circle. And it is called the circle of the straight line because when the sun is at the straight line, day and night are equal in the countries of the whole part. The situation of the second circle is from the point of the Arctic or celestial pole to the upper point of the firmament, and from that to the point of the Antarctic celestial pole. Why is the Antarctic and Arctic celestial pole? I mean, what's this about? Unless we're talking about more worlds beyond the pole. We're talking about the Antarctic circle. Huh? So this pole from which that to the central lower point of the firmament beneath the earth, and from that to the point of the Arctic celestial pole whence it previously began, there are three other names which philosophers apply to the circle: septentrionalis, australis, and meridianalis. The northern circle, the southern circle, or the meridian circle. The situation of the third circle is from the east point of the firmament to the point of the Antarctic celestial pole, and from that to the western point of the firmament, and from that to the point of the Arctic celestial pole, and from that point to the eastern point of the firmament. This circle is called Circulus Terminorum or Circulus Signorum. The circle of the boundaries. Which ones? Or the circle of the signs. This is the position of the first of the three lines of the firmament, from the eastern point of the firmament through the middle point of the earth to the western point of the firmament. The second line is the central upper point of the firmament above the earth through the middle point of the earth to the central lower point of the firmament beneath the earth. The third line is from the Arctic celestial pole to the middle point of the earth to the point of the Antarctic celestial pole. Here below are the 7 points of the firmament. 6 of them of the 6 places, or in the 6 places where the 3 circles I mentioned cross each other, and where the 6 ends of the 3 lines I mentioned are. The 7th point is the center of the earth, which is the center of the whole universe. And some would say that'll be you, my naga. You, my naga, are the center of it all. The first of these points is situated in the east of the firmament, in the place where Circulus Terminorum or Circulus Orientalis or Occidentalis cross each other. The second point is the center top zenith of the firmament over the earth, in the place where the Circulus Orientalis or Occidentalis or and circulus septentrionalis. But see that sept is also 7, right? So we're referring to Managa 7 like what? Cities of go. Let's go. Or Australia's cross each other. The third point is in the west of the firmament, in the place where the circulus orientalis or occidentalis and circulus terminorum cross each other. The fourth point is in the center bottom of the firmament, below the earth, in the place where the circulus septentrionalis or australis and circulus orientalis or occidentalis cross each other. The fifth point is in the north of the firmament, in the place where the circulus septentrionalis or australis and circulus terminorum cross each other. The sixth point is in the south of the firmament, in the place where circulus terminorum and circulus septentrionalis or australis cross each other. The seventh point, as I remarked, is the center of the earth. Seventh point, right? Here we go again with that 7, man. Let's go. Which is the center of the whole universe, where the 3 lines I mentioned cross each other. And that is the situation and description of the 3 circles and the 3 lines of the 7 points, which I mentioned above. Whoever could understand them perfectly would understand the nature of the whole firmament. Wow. Okay, I just wanted to, hey, let's go. Orientation season. And look, they're always putting you on the right side, which is supposed to be the east, not the west, right? So they're letting you know you're in the east all the time if you open up your eyeballs. Your eyeballs. Aquatai also dropped this from commons.m.wikimedia.org. World map with Antarctic circle. And this is just your typical Mercator flow, but again, it's all stretched out. So it's giving you, at least an understanding that this covers the whole world, man. It covers the whole world. It's not some little dot, yada, yada. And you see how they make it so far away from South America, whereas, most maps from the 16th century, 17th century, they're going to put it right in your face, man. When it comes to the proximity of South America and Antarctica. Look at this. Right, so look how close you're pretty much walking over, man. You can pretty much jump. Some haven't touched it completely. So either it's shifted away or they're not telling us the truth about the proximity of all this land. And again, this is circular land, right? So this land is what is encircling. If if you were able to zoom out and you could see this whole flow, this would be circling like we've been showing, man, for a long time. Man. So we're getting the drop, man, drip by drip, man, drop by drop, here a little, there a little, but they're putting in your face, even in the Mercator projections, that we're talking the circle, an Antarctic circle, man. And that the land continues and continues and continues. How can it not be habitable? And, it's always been popping off. We're talking fuego, right? But you just think about an ice wall. Maybe it's some type of frozen spell, or maybe they're playing with our mind bones, Let's go. Ahab Aqua Type Zar. Let's just fall back, surf the wave, Prester John 75. Let's look for this Sambatyon River. Now that we got some orientation, and that's it. Again, man, this Prester investigation brings in all these things. It really encompasses our flow, our formula, our personal investigative formula at 432 The Drive, where we're always, putting all this connectivity together with our Tanakh, with our frequency, our 432, our Dracan flow, with orientation, flat drop, and obviously with the indigenous truth. You put all those together, man, you got the Excalibur sword, the King Arthur, the khandrop. Let's get it. Where are the 10 tribes? All right, this is a excerpt that I didn't even expect to get this much out of from the Jewish Quarterly Review, but hey, I'll leave the link for you, man. These links keep getting taken down, man. That's why we're putting them on the packs. And love to all my knockers, man. It's PDF in these and, got them stored up, man. So this is from Adolf Neubauer, Neubauer. Where are the 10 lost? Where are the 10 tribes? Let's go. Is this volume 4, I guess? All right. Jewish Quarterly Review, volume 1, number 4. Bang. July 1889. Let's go. We're going to read some pages. Surf the wave, you know what I mean? Let the hang drums, make them do what they do. Hey, Shabbat up to you. We do it, man, for HaWah only, because with HaWah only becomes this investigation, you know what I'm saying? And that's MHOE, Most High, over everything. Hey, for JoiWorld, my Naga, keep supporting. We'll keep building. Lego. It's a great article I found just by doing some cross-referencing. And I had to go to Yandex. I had to leave Google, man. And this cross-reference is Ganges River with the Sambatyon. This article popped up here from academia.edu. All right, so let's get it. Simple recon, my night. All right. I'm going to read and then we're going to go over some familiar things. So, David Rubani, or Rubani, son of the King Solomon. Now I know, right? You're like, I thought Solomon is David's bond. Now I see this David is Solomon's bond. Well, you're talking about future lineages, right? But, just understand as we talk about this Rubani. And when you look at Benjini, a great resource for cross-referencing, they're going to give you little tidbits and you just keep looking and see if you could break through. Typically we have breakthroughs around here. So you have a Prince Rubani, right? See how they spell it? Rubane. So when you see how they play with the spellings, you can get a little further. Here they spell it R-E-U, like Reuben, right? Right. So now you know that they'll also flip it to Rubani this way. Instead of Rubini, Rubani. And once you know that, you see them popping up in the timelines. David Rubani. David the First. Dewey. Dodi. Radi. Or Rodon, like the kingdom of Rodon. Like Rhode Island, right? Okay. King of Rubani, Gotti, and Mani. So we got this before, digging on the high Amazon Queens, and that link from Elihu Project that got taken down. So I did manage to print that out. So, I'm going to PDF that, put it right back up because they're taking down these resources, right? So let's get it. This David is the husband of Lady Hannah, right? We talked about Lady Hannah. This is one of the high Amazon queens. wife of David the first. Wife of David the first. Now you remember David's sauce while we're talking David's, and Genie's gonna give us. I mean, sometimes they'll give us the same people with completely different names and lineages, but they're the same people, showing us like, yo, there's a phantom, there's a duplication, right? Here we got Ex-Lark David Sauceland the sixth. We've been digging on him. The David the sixth, because he falls right there where we need him to be when we taught the Genghis Khan invasion. Right after this 1222 situation, or 1202, this is the son, he's the son of Prester John, right? Roger here, Roger, Jadaron, Prester John. Right. Now, Prester John, he's also the husband of Lady Hannah, right? This is what I'm saying. Phantoms and duplication. Father of Solomon, father of Hanan. This Hanan, sometimes they put a C in front of his name and call him Canaan, like Canaan. Like I said, you got to choose your Canaan. There's multiple Canaans. There's a hijack-free Canaan that is also Anan, Manan, which is where you're connecting the anion flow. Would there be a kingdom named after a son of Prester John? Anion. So this whole entire anion situation, you drop the I, you're back to Anan. Or we're just talking Kana, right? Remember, Jeremiah prophesied, they shall serve HaWah their power and David. So why is this prophet Jeremiah throwing David in the picture? Why is Hosea saying the same thing, right? Why is Ezekiel saying the same thing? And on we go. Who is Kana? Are we talking about a son of David? I think I have it up already. Let's check this out. You see it already though, right here. Anani, Hanan, Kana. Look, this is the same Babylonian Exarch situation, right? Babylon, Persia. They're going to put a different timeline on it. But Anatoly Fomenko let you know about your three major time, chronological time shifts, right? So you got 333 years, 1,053 years, 1,778 years, which means that they can go anywhere in between that, man. An 1,800-year spread. Don't get confused by the 200 AD versus 1,200, my nigga. They threw you back 1,000 years, at least. Don't be confused when you see David popping up in the BCs. That's 1,800 years back. Do the math. Like I said, phantoms and duplications. So, let's go. Let's do it like this. Hanan. or Anan, my naga. I'm not making this up. I'm not just dropping letters for no reason and adding C's and dropping H's. Oh, drop. That's so convenient. Then how convenient is this, man? Huh? How convenient is this, man? When I say Anan or Anion, Managa, we saying it could be the same thing as what? Hanan with an H or Canaan with a CH or Canaan. Huh? So they keep saying land of Canaan, or they talking land of Canaan. Is that why we keep hearing all this? Oh, they're in the land of Canaan, or Canaan, or Hanan, or Anani. Either way, you're back to the exilarchs, because he's the son of Shaphat ben Yohanan. Man, we're just going to bring you right back into the Prester flow. If this Anna is the same, Anan or Hanan, who is the son of the Prester John, then he will still be the son of the Prester John wherever you're picking him up, wherever you're finding him in the timeline, which will make Prester John also going under this title of Shaphat ben Yohanan, fourth exilarch. Yohanan is John, my naga. I can't make this up. Oh man, let's go. Jehoshaphat, huh? Hmm. Anani, Hanani, Kanani, son of Prester John. His brother is Solomon the first and the exilarch David the sixth, Sauceland, that we've been digging on. David, right? David Rubani. Now, question that we had before is when we talk about this Rubadi, Gadi, and Mani. You know, we're talking Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh, right? And if we are, then this David is just saying that he, you know, as King David of Judah, you know, is ruling over these northern tribes as well as his own. What is it saying specifically about, this title? What's this title of this king of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh flow? You know what I'm saying? But obviously as the, you know, king of Israel, king of Judah, you know what I'm saying? You are the king of all these tribes, you know what I mean? One king, right? One shepherd. Gotcha. Now this David the first is Prester John, because he's the husband of Lady Hannah, the same way that Hanan's daddy, Prester John, priest king Prester John, is the husband of Lady Hannah, right? Coincidence? So that's how we start tying and weaving and ciphering through this. So we now know we're likely talking the same person. And let's look at the timelines here. They give us 1195. Remember, Genghis Khan rode up 1202 against the Prester. They say the Prester was killed, or they say his son David Sauceland was killed. Which Prester? Which exilarch? Now, as the husband of Lady Hannah, Raja Hiraja Chola, Jadaran, Emperor of Soli, Prester John, the Pandya, is the same David the First, my nine, husband of Lady Hannah. Now look at this. Look at this. Instead of listing like Solomon and her sons that they list here when you go to Lady Hannah, this is why you got to cross-reference your genie. You got to be a master at the genie wave surf, man. By now, it's Prester John 75, man. Let's get it. All right. So let's compare the children of Lady Hannah here, right? Lady Hannah of Babylon. Let's look at the date. They're giving us 1195 here. They give us between 1162 and 1222. Then we just get Genghis Khan and this whole other pop off against these communities in 1202. So 1222. All right. So we haven't really done this yet in the genie wave surf. Let's look at the children of Lady Hannah. The timelines are matching up, giving us more confidence as we investigate that we're talking the same Lady Hannah. All right. We've established that she's the wife of Raja Hiraja Chola II, Prester John, who is also David. Oh, yeah, we got another David to dig on. David the First. Now, in this timeline, she's the mother of Princess Dara of Rubati, Ghani, and Mani. She's the mother of Hanan II, king of Tahama, and I believe that's a match. And she's the mother of Princess Lembu of Rubati, Ghani, and Mani. Managa, you see how they start tying her into these other high Amazon queens, and that's why we gotta find that other Elahu. We gotta get that PDF because it goes in on these high Amazon queens. It has a whole list of them, and they're all connected with this Tahama, Gadi, Mani, Lip. Like all these are connected on this high Amazon list. So it's giving us 3 children here, 2 princesses and 1 king. We got Dara, Lembu, and Hanan II. Now let's go over here. This Lady Hannah and this little piggy. Let's go. She's the mother of Solomon the First, king of Telmas. All right. Here's Hanan again. So other one said Hanan II. This one says Hanan, but more validation. They both have sons named Hanan. They're both estimated at the same time in chronology, and they're both married, one to Raja Hiraja or Prester John, the other to David the First. David the First, Managa. Okay. So this is giving us 2 of her daughters, but it's not giving us Solomon. This is giving us Solomon and Hanan and David. So the other one didn't give us Solomon or David. Why would you leave those out, right? But it gave us Princess, Dara and Lembu. So I'm just showing you how it's connected. Then you could put them together, and now you got more of the children popping off this Lady Hannah. But we're just talking David, though, right? Rubati. We're just talking David, right? The first. Circa 1200. Right? So this is lining up with the Prester, right? David the First, letting you know that the Prester is David. So this is why we say that this David title, and the more we go back in this, the more you find more Davids, even way before this. So it's not a new title, you know what I mean? It's an original flow. This Dawi is an original flow, within your Ibaru lineage, man. So Look, my noggin. This Prester John has a son named David because he himself is David. He's passing a title. So which King David, was killed, they say, in this invasion of Genghis Khan in 1202. And who's this David? King David the fourth, Dodi of Rubati Gadi Mani. Now this David is the father of King Solomon, or Soli, of Rubati Gadi Mani. See these titles playing heavy, man? So you're talking Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh. But are you just talking them, or is that just, short for, the king of Israel? That you got all the tribes, you know what I mean? So, we're all tribing up, this is what we're trying to get clarity on. Now, this David is the father of King Solomon. Like this David is the father of Solomon. And we've established that it's the same David the first, who's also father of King Solomon. This David the fourth is another, father of King Solomon. So, you know what I mean? It's all happening, whether we're talking the same people or, hundreds of years apart. You know what I mean? A timeline has been readjusted. And this is what we're talking about. Very interesting flow here, man. And, it's all about this genie flow, but we're just talking about these Ananis or Hanans or Kanans or Anion. By the time we get Anion on the map, you gotta connect it with a 9. You go deeper than that, you get to the Anan Ben David flow, and that's who wrote the code. That's who wrote the code. Anan Ben David wrote the code, they said, right? Is it the same Anan? We're just talking Anion, son of David, God, founder of the Cariot sect. But we have reconned that the Kara just means melanated, so-called black person, right? This Kara goes with the Katai or Cathay or Black Cathay. We're going to dig back into the Black Cathay flow. So, you're talking about melanated tribes of the promised land or pure land, like Cathay means pure land. This David, oh yeah. Oh, this man, Anaman David, had been a candidate for the highest dignity among the Jews. The exilarch has the highest dignity. Whoa. Yeah. So the exilarch, probably Isaac, died. It appears that 2 brothers among his nearest kin, probably his nephews of his, Anan and Josiah, or Hassan, were next in order of succession to the exalted office. The former older and richer in theological knowledge than the latter, and thus was the better fitted for the position of Prince of the Exile. He should have received preference over his younger brother and less learned Josiah. Nevertheless, the nomination was given to the latter, Josiah. So there was this big infighting with this. Then there was another infighting with his brother Daniel Kumisi, or Daniel Al-Kum, all sons of David, as Daniel connects with the Kiliab flow. And the Kiliab is, Daniel, or David's bond, second bond, they say, with his wife Abigail. So, they were competing with this Exarch flow because Daniel, in the script at least, was raised up by, King Nebuchadnezzar, you know what I mean? So he was raised up by the hijacked king, in other words. And Israel appoints their own exilarchs. Israel appoints their own exalted office, you know what I'm saying? Israel appoints their own leaders. We don't let the king of Babylon appoint our exilarchs. That's how they was feeling about Daniel being, appointed to this high position. So Anan and Daniel had their, code issue, at their exilarch competition, as well as this Josiah. I'm just giving you some backstory. Go get the wave, man. Go surf the wave, man. We just talking about the code. And every time we talk about this time period, you're talking about this more and more war, this Muhammad, this conversion, this situation, man. So, all right. His book of laws, right? So Anan was able to devote himself to the development of his new religion, or what? Making Nagas keep the code and its new code. But one thing was essential: it must deviate from traditional Judaism, for that was the very raison d'etre, or the reason of his new sect, and the justification for his release. The fact that the majority of his followers were anti-rabbinical. They weren't rocking with these hijacked rabbis that were appointed by the hijack in captivity. They were anti-rabbinical. Anti-rabbinical schisms. And we talked about the schisms of 1054? We gotta get back on that though. Anan permitted himself to be proclaimed anti-exilarch because he was anti any exilarch from the hijack. So he said, I'm anti whatever exilarch, whatever person you're raising above us, hijack, I'm anti that. I'm anti that. This step was naturally construed by the Mohammedan authorities as rebellion, because these Mohammedan, these Moors, right, they appointed a ruler over us, right? And if you're against that ruler, you're anti-exilarch, anti their exilarch, and you're in rebellion. So they purposely chose Josiah just to cause a rift. Yeah. Must be in a Mohammedan state, right? So you got this anti-rabbinical, anti their exilarch. Now you got this Anan Ben David popping off the Sefer Hamet's Woe, the Book of Precepts, which occupied him for several years, which was published in 770. And there's another Sefer Hamet's Woe written by Moses Maimonides, you know what I mean, around the 1200s. So they're both writing the same book, the Sefer Hamet's Woe, Moses and Anan Ben David. Now this must be considered the basis of the newly founded Ananite sect. So they were called Ananites. It portrays very clearly that the author was anything but an original genius. He simply appropriated interpretational deviations already existing in ancient doctrinal differences, and analysis of Anan's code exhibits the following aspects. You can, analyze his code and compare it to Daniel's code. He got his own Sefer Hamed. He got his own Hamet's Woe. And of course, man, these are not your typical, what they want to call them, Christians or Nestorians. They weren't rocking none of that stuff. So, these are code keepers, even if they were at their inner, infighting, man. But we're just talking Antioch and David, who wrote the code. Sefer Hamas, whoa. Whoa. Okay. And one more time, man. Are we talking Anan Bar Shafa, 10th century XLR? Anan? Are we talking Canaan or Canaan? Yeah. What's this got to do with David Rubani? Dawid the first, king of Rubati, Gadi, and Mani. Let's go back to where are the 10 tribes? So when you see David Rubani, now we got some backstory to connect some of this with this genie flow. I can't make this stuff up, man. We had to go to Yandex, right? Google, I couldn't find this on Google. Maybe it's there, I couldn't find it, man. But Yandex had to drop. So if this is all BS, if this genie is all BS, then why are there scholars, encompassing this data? And why is it getting taken off the internet? Because a lot of this was in that Elihu project, breaking down the high Amazon queens. David Rubani, son of King Solomon. Son of King Solomon. So this David the fourth, Shalah, is the father of King Solomon. Okay. Now this Prester John is the father of Solomon. Then you got Exarch David the sixth, also son of Prester John. Let's click on Solomon now. You gotta keep searching if you want to nail it down. Now this don't even give you Solomon's sons listed. See how they be playing? You see how they be playing? They ain't even letting us know. And this David don't even mention, being the father of Solomon at all. Leaves out Solomon and David, man. So this is why we keep searching. To get the drop. They're not gonna give us Solomon's sons, but we at least see a match with this title. So we know we're at least talking the same family, whether they flipped it or we're talking about, a lineage, that we still are trying to connect. So David Rubani, son of King Solomon and younger brother of Joseph, who was king in the desert, Habar, of 30 myriads of the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and half of Manasseh. So it's giving us some specifics into the question we had. How many tribes, does this encompass all of Israel? What's happening at this time? So it says he's the king in the desert. Habar of 30 myriads of the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and half of Manasseh, travels as his brother's ambassador to Rome. Wow, so what time are we talking about? Is this a later David Rubani? Could this be this one here? You see some years difference between this David Rubani and the original David, king of Rabbah, whose son is Solomon. Now, did Solomon have a son? David, right? Let's go. You remember Rome? We're just talking Ramani. You know what I'm saying? The original pomegranate noggins. So, which Rome? By the time we're talking about this. But let's go. From the desert Habar, he goes to Jeddah, like Judah, right? And thence to Suakin, Suakin, in the land of Cush. We have already noticed the importance of Suakin for those who travel from Abyssinia to Egypt. We abstain from giving details about David's journey to Rome, which has little that bears upon our subject. As for his account of the tribes, we had better give it in the words of the Jewish geographer Abraham Feruso, who personally knew David, the pretended Reubenite, but in fact a German Jew, and from whom he received information concerning the 10 tribes, information not to be found in David's diary. We give the translation of the 14th chapter of Feruso's book, which runs as follows. Quote, concerning the Jew of the 10 tribes, his business and his travels, who is said to come from the desert of Habar, he is the same who is in the deserts of Asia and Yemen. Okay. He reached Egypt in the year 5283 or 1523, and thence he went to Rome. For the benefit of this book, which I, Abraham Feruso, have composed to reveal the path of the world to those who do not know them, I choose to write this chapter, the object of which is to give the travels of the Jew of the 10 tribes, or perhaps of Judah, named David. So it goes from being specifically Rubati Gadi Amani to perhaps Judah, the 10 tribes, or perhaps Judah, or you're talking about the king of Israel, who's holding this title at this time, named David, the son of Solomon, prince of the host of Israel, whom we have seen in Italy, on his way according to his own words from the desert of Habar. Those who will read it will find rest to their soul, for I shall not fail to give in my following narrative all I have heard in the mouths of esteemed persons and from letters of men of truth. In the year 1523, we had news from Palestine by ships, southern ships, to the effect that a Jew of the 10 tribes brought tidings concerning them. He did not find it necessary to divulge them until he crossed the sea in the year 1524, reached Venice, and went to Rome, when he gave the following accounts. This Jew was a descendant of those 2 tribes who dwell in the desert, just as the Reubenites dwell in tents, and his station was in the desert of Habar in Asia Major. Further on are the other tribes near to the desert on the way to Mecca and Jeddah on the Red Sea. They have kings, princes, and tribes numerous as the sand on the seashore. Their products are spices, pepper, articles of medicine, and other good things, which we shall mention later on. Between these 2 tribes lies a powerful Ishmaelite or Arabic kingdom. Whoa. So between these 2 tribes of Hebrews, back to that Anion Arnon flow, right? The Arnon borders, let's go. Between that is this Ishmaelite tribe kingdom, which does them damage, man. More on more war, and prevents their approaching one another. So they're separating these two tribes of Hebrews on purpose, which is what they do today, my nigga. When Christian ships provided with arms and cannon came many years before into this part of the world, the Jews of HaWah sent this Jew, or Hebrew, according to his own words, to the great king of all the Christians, the Pope. Whoa, the king of all the Christians. So this Pope is a king. He's the king of Vatican City. He's also the priest, or the Pope, or the Prester. So this Pope is taking the title of the Prester today, called a Pope. This Pope is hijacking the power, the powwow of the real great king, the real great Khan. Let's go. So according to his own words, to the king, great king of all the Christians, with credentials confirmed by the king of Portugal, who reigns over India and who knew the existence of a Hebrew kingdom there. Be this as it may, true or not, and whatever this Hebrew may be, and our country kings, princes, and people believe that the tribes are still in existence, that they are numerous, and that they have many kings. In the 15th chapter, first soul, and speaking of Calcutta as the place where spices are brought in for more than 1,500 islands, from more than 1,500 islands, spices from 1,500 islands, my nine, says that in them are found many Jews. Of course, he does not say that they are descendants of the 10 tribes. So are they Jews or Hebrew? In the 24th chapter, speaking of the Indian Ocean, he says, after passing the Great Gulf towards Ethiopia, one reaches the continent of Mecca. What continent is Mecca, man? Which is near the Indian Sea. In the upper part of this country are great deserts and settlements of Hebrew. Hey, pay attention. We about to have some fun. We about to have some fun. So these settlements of Hebrews who are on the river Ganges, right? Let's go. Let's keep reading. Because this Ganges River plays heavy when you talk about terrestrial paradise, right? Which is the biblical Gazan. Ho, 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 ho. First thing we need to know, according to this author, is that the Ganges is the biblical river Gazan. The Gazan River you see a lot of connection with this Gozan River and many biblical stories, right? And much connectivity. What's this got to do with these four rivers of paradise? Just thinking about the Pishon, Gehan, what they call it, Hedeko, and Euphrates. Pison, Tigris, Euphrates. Okay. Pishon, Gehan, Tigris, and Euphrates. Pishon, Gehan, Tigris. So I guess that headed cow would be the Tigris. You see how they have complete name changes, you know what I'm saying? We just got to surf the wave. Now they're, you know, talking about it being near this Havila Kush situation. Let's check this out. MormonDialogue.org. Oh, about to say. Oh, thought they took it off. Okay, so this is a blog. Yeah, it's a blog talking about the LDS Church, but you know, they talk about cool little topic, you know, several different views of this Adam and Eve, you know, situation where it could be. You know, there's different views. It says garden was in Jackson County, Garden of Eden. All right. Global flood, earth was divided in days of Peleg, or it was in Jackson County, and the Adam and Eve were the first of any species, no evolution. This was a local flood. Earth was divided in the days of Peleg. So, you know what I mean? They're really on this Jackson County situation. Really on this Jackson County situation as a possible location for the Garden of Eden. Now, this one says the garden was not in Jackson County, but was in a different existence, man. Oh boy, we're talking suspended animation. Some say on planet near Caleb. You could look at this Caleb counties and, you know, Caleb areas as well. Others that it was spiritual. In some way, it corresponds to Jackson County as Adam Onde Ama, where Adam called his prosperity. All right, so it is located there. Adam and Eve were not the first of any species of man. There was a global flood that carried Noah and family to the old world. Yeah, you know, these are theories, and I could dig it, man. You know, I could dig a theory or two. We're talking biblical rivers, Gozans, Jahans, all kinds of stuff, right? Let's go. Now, this Ganges, this author is saying, is the biblical Gozan. As I've already written, and as it is all also explained by the Christians. And so it is written in recent books that in the regions above the country of Mecca and all those above the deserts of Calicut, there are to be found numerous Jews in many kingdoms, but they are far one from another, the Jews above Mecca and those above Calicut, and in the islands of the Indian Ocean. Their number is endless, and they are everywhere rich in gold and spices. And if the Christian writers say that the Jews are oppressed and despised by the black inhabitants and by the Ishmaelites, these black inhabitants are the Ishmaelites. It's a more and more war. They are being, they are despising these tribes of Judah. These tribes of Israel are being oppressed. They're telling it to your face by black individuals, man. All right. These Jews, these Hebrews, you know, rich in gold, my naga, are being oppressed and hated on by black Ishmaelites, man. These reports are only a proof that there are Hebrews in these regions and that they are rich. And so says the great Christian writer Vespuccio in his book on the New World, printed some time ago in Venice. Thus he says in part 2, 60th chapter, which begins with the word circa le cosa delle India, that the existence of many Jews with their kings and their wealth in spice and pepper is a certainty. The Ganges, according to Ferso, the Gozan, or the Sambatyon, whoa, because they keep bringing Ganges to Little India, and you know you in India superior, so what's popping, right? So the Gozan, biblical Gozan, is it the same as the Sambatyon? Yeah, we've been talking about. Wee body bag for the illusion. The Gozan is the Ganges, right? We already established that according to this author. The Gozan is the Ganges. But we have not connected, and you can search you can search far and wide. You're not gonna find much of a connection, especially between these rivers. The Ganges is the Sambatyon. So we're gonna get a little more into the Sambatyon. Matter of fact, a lot more into the Sambatyon. Let's pop off, man. Let's pop off, man. Alright. So the Ganges is the Sambatyon, according to Pharaoh's soul. And it has its source above Calcutta and divides the Indians from the Jews. Well, we know about the Sambatyon that it's divided, certain tribes of Hebrews, you know what I'm saying, divided by this mystical, waterless river, you know what I mean, that some say you could fish in and got fish, but it got no water, but it's sand, it's sand that flows 6 days and rest on the Sabbath. Once in a while, you hear someone flip it like Josephus and say that it rests for 6 days and flows on the Sabbath, which we know is malarkey, man. El Hadani, talks about it flowing 6 days, resting on the Sabbath, and many others concur with that as well. Now, you're going to see how much this plays, man, with this Ganges. Now, according to that high Amazon queen drop, the Ganges is also called the Khan-Ka. All right, this Khan-Ka connects directly with the high Amazon queens, you know what I mean, and the Israelite flow, like that with the Queen Sheba flow, Queen Khalifa flow. The Ganges is the Sambatyon, is the Khan-Ka, is the Gozan. Goes on. The Sambatyon is the Ganges, is the Khan-Ka, is the Gozan. Let's go. It said it has its source above Cali, over there called Cali Cut. Over here, we're just talking about Kalelu. And divides the Indians from the Jews. Oh, man. You mean that it divides certain of the 10 tribes from the rest of the world, really. You know what I mean? Let's keep reading, though. About the real existence of the Sambatyon, he refers to the Talmud and Josephus and his controversial book called The Shield of Abraham. The Shield of Abraham. Let's go. We got to get that book. Moreover, Ferusel says, quote, that the Christian writer mentioned above states that he found many Jewish merchants at Calcutta, descendants of the tribes settled above Calcutta between the mountains of Kozan and its rivers. And there is the Sambatyon, which separates the Jews from the Indians, while on the continent of the country of Mecca lies, on the nearest side to it, the desert of HaWah. HaWah. But between the two families of Jews, those who dwell between the mountains of Gozan and its rivers, and those who are at the Habar beneath Yemen, there dwell Ishmaelite tribes who harm them. So these Hebrews are being harmed by Ishmaelites. Put it together. Put it together. Genghis Khan rose up on King David. Put it together. Treaties of pieces of friendship, man. Put it together. Israelite or Ishmaelite tribes who are harming Israelites, who harm them and provide or prevent them from joining together. They don't want you to tribe up. As I have already said, therefore, it is possible, as I heard at Rome, that the Jew from the tribes came to Italy from harbor by way of Yemen, which lies above Mecca. At the end of the 28th chapter, First says, in the book on the New World, it is stated that the Prester John is found in the country above Calicut, distant from the sea. So we're not just going cray Managa when we are talking about Anan, right? Because when we talk about Anan, we know we're putting it all together. The Kiber, the Khyber, the Kavera, the Cuba, Managa, the Eber, the Iberu, we're putting it all together in real time. When we talk Antioch, we're putting it all together. The Kavera, we're putting it all together in real time. And it's not a coincidence that this is popping up over, West Coast, America, North America, right? Not a coincidence, Managa, when Prester John in the British Museum is popping up at the same area, the same region on the so-called West Coast of North America. We got this British Museum tribe, Prester John, that you've seen. You've been surfing the wave. Hey, where's China, man? Hey, British Museum, MS map, showing connections between Marco Polo's Asia and the New Land circa 1530. Right, see Asia over there that we know Asia, but this is the real OG Asia. And you see this Prester John right there where Anion or Kavera would be. Or India Superior. Or Cathay. Or Mexico. Or Cuba. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah. So why is Prester John over Anion? Or Anan? Or Canaan? Or Kavera? Right? Is it play? Let's go. And where's the Sambatyon if we're just talking Kalelus or Cali Cut? We're just talking Prester John, right? So they're going to try to put him way over the other side of the earth plane. But, we got Prester John in the British Museum right over here, man. It is stated Prester John is found in the country above Calicut. Or we just talking Kalelu. Where would Calicut be? Mexico, man? I mean, what's up? Whoa. And then he says, Furisu says that the black priest of the Prester John always say that Jews are numerous in the neighborhood of the country of Prester John. So first we got some black, how do you call them? black inhabitants and Ishmaelites that are oppressing the Hebrews, right? Black inhabitants. Then we got black priests that are rocking with Prester John that are always talking about the Hebrews being numerous in the country of Prester John. Some learned men who were twice during 2 years at Calcutta. Hold up, man. I just want to see this map again. Talking Calcutta, Calicut. They trying to bring us over there near Yemen and all this other stuff, man, you know. Let me see this map again, man. Yeah, this joint right here. I just feel like I see Calcutta on this thing. I see Calicut, you know, over there to the right. Calicut. I mean, it's too close, man. Too close for comfort with this Cali flow. And trying to put it way over there in so-called, you know, Yemen and this and that. We know Afghan Managi, you know, is the son of Jeremiah, man. Stop playing. He's raised in the court of King David himself, man. Prester John, you dig? Cibola right in the middle. Calicut to the right, which is pretty much Florida. It's pretty much Florida, if that's the same Cali over there. Yeah, I just want to get a good look at this one, man. Oh, Terra Fuego. Let's go. Let's go. So some learned men who were twice during 2 years at Calcutta, Cali, spoke in the presence of the Duke Ercole at Ferrara, at the state of Calcutta, Mecca, and the Prester John, and also of the Jews, who are numerous, there of their king and their pursuit. So again, some learned men who were twice during 2 years at Calcutta spoke in the presence of the Duke Ercole at Ferrara of the state of Calcutta, Mecca, and the Prester John, and also of these Hebrews. And I can't make up this connection with the priest King Prester John, and that he has black priests, right? He got Naga priests, right? Naga priests, right? To the black man, the black man discovered the fountain of youth, man. These black priests of Prester John, what's it got to do with the black man discovering the fountain of youth, my Naga? You know, we keep asking that simple question. The black man discovered the fountain of youth, man. We know they just started looking over here in the last 500 years. So all the time they were lost in the sauce, and only in the last 500 years did they turn their attention to the land of Prester, John. Only in the last 500 years, Managa, did they start looking over here. And what does that tell you? What does that tell us? Let me get my copper, man, because, we popping off about the priest king, right? The formidable priest king of Ethiopia. We say, which one? We're talking about the Prester. God. The black priest, the Prester John, always say that these Hebrews are numerous in the land of Prester John. The Hebrews are numerous. In India Superior, that is. The Hebrews are numerous. Let's go. Let's go. Nearly all these strange fictions came out of the brains of Italian Jews. Among the most eloquent is Abraham Yagel, who lived in the 16th century. We shall give a free translation of the 22nd chapter of his work, Beth Yahar Habadan, or Lebanon, in Oxford. Let's go. After giving the passages of the Talmudic literature, the fourth book of Esdras, of which he gives a Hebrew translation, and Josephus, he adds the following words taken from a work containing additions to Ptolemy's tables, quote, New Africa. Whoa. Where's New Africa, man? The author says it is part of the earth which was unknown to the ancient geographer. What they call this unknown place and unknown world, land of the Prester. What they call it a new world, brand new world. New Africa, huh? Oh, I never heard that one before. But just know that this new Africa or new Ethiopia, right, is a part of the earth which was unknown. Bang, right? Body bag, right? They, not having found out the source of the Nile, which begins in the mountains called by ancient writers the mountains of the moon. And now the mountains of, it has a Hebrew name. In these mountains dwell an immense number of Ibaru, who pay tribute to the king of Ethiopia called Preteyano, or Prester John. We therefore, says Yagel, do not hesitate a moment to take these Jews to be descendants of the 10 tribes, inasmuch as this northern corner was counted part of the territory of the Assyrian kings. Assyrian kings. Let's go. Here follows a passage which cannot be correctly read. Many words and lines have been crossed out by the author or a censor. What they trying to hide, man? What they trying to hide? The inference is that a great physician, Moses Todros, said something in the year 1583 concerning the men of the tribe of Asher. Yagel refers them to the accounts of David the Reubenite, Rubadi, and prior to him of Eldad, Hadani. The rest of the illegitimate text seems to refer to some unhappy events in Germany during the Crusades in connection with the sorcerer. Uh-oh. What kind of sorcery are they doing in Germany? Yagel then continues thus, moreover, in Mamo or Maimonides' letter, we would talk about Maimonides, Moses Maimonides. So when they say Moses, is that who they talking about? Moses Maimonides? Also called Moses Tedros. Oh, like Nehemiah Tedros. Who's surfing? Man, where my wave surfers at? Let's go. Now Moses Tedros or Maimonides, Maimon, is also known as Rambam, or his father is Rambam, which reminds us of Amram, Moshe in the script. Amram is his dad. He's a sinless man. Now you got Rambam, father of Moshe Maimonides, who also writes the same, book of the code, book of the precepts, Sefer HaMitzvot. His own version or the same person? His own version or the same person? It's a decent question. They're writing the same book, this Maimonides, let's go, which are not yet printed. It states as follows: as to your question concerning the 10 tribes, know you that their existence is quite certain, and we expect daily their arrival from the dark mountains, the river of Gazan, and the river Sambatyon. Oh boy, this sabbatical river plays heavy. Places where now they are hidden away. This river flows all the weekdays and rests on the Sabbath, my naga. Indeed, in the time of my learned and pious grandfather, a bottle was brought filled with the sand of this river, which sand was in movement for 6 days and rested on the Sabbath. This is a true fact, for more persons have seen it with their own eyes. Further, children of the Rechabites, let's get back on that Rechabite drop. Man, did we drop some serious drop on that Rechabites, man? We was surfing the wave in the Prester investigation. Man. Which one was that? I want to say the Rechabite drop might be in the 20s or something, man. I think that was in the PJ20, in the PJ20 zone, man. Managa, we've been talking about this Sabbath River since Prester John 3.5. So, my wave servers know this was coming back around. It's been about 5 years, man. Let's go. Now these Rechabites, where they popping up at? To get more of these Rechabites, man, you're going to have to surf the wave. I want to say 20-something. 22, my naga. Hey, drop surfing the wave with you. Rechabites are the Kenites. The Kenites, you know what I'm saying, also connect with these Midianites. Ka. All these are this mixed multitude, you know what I'm saying, that, rocking with Moshe, rocking with King Dawid, this Abyssinia flow, this Cariot flow. We've been digging on this. That was back in 2017, man. Let's go. We are surfing the wave. And it really is a pleasure, man, to do this with you, Drop Nation. Let's go. All right. So let's get this again. So this river flows all the weekdays. It rests on the Sabbath. Got it. Indeed, in the time of my learned and righteous grandfather, a bottle was brought filled with the sand of this river, which sand was in movement for 6 days and rested on the Sabbath. This is a true fact, for more people have seen it with their own eyes. Further, children of the Rechabites came at that time, of whom my father, Baruch be his memory, told me that they still observe the precepts of their ancestors, that they are numerous as the sands of the sea, that they expect the help of HaWah, and that they know the judgments, statutes, and mysteries of the law, so they keep in the code. Yagel says, therefore, that it is clear to anyone who has his right senses that the tribes still exist and that they will return at the time when the Redeemer shall come to Zion. The Redeemer is the Creator. You know what I mean? And, He's appointed a Khan of Khans over this earth plane. You know what I'm saying? And that would be the Prester, whatnot. They are to be found amongst the 3 bands of exiles, of which one is inside. Whoa. So we're talking about the tribes existing. These tribes still exist. That they're going to return, right, when HaWah returns, right? And they are to be found amongst the 3 bands of exiles, of which one is inside the river Sambatyon. Inside the river. I mean, I never heard it said like that. I heard like on the other side of it, but it's saying one of these 3 bands of exiles is inside the river Sambatyon, and they were perhaps the first exiles. They dwell in safety, have no other prince and superior but HaWah. Allow HaWah. So HaWah is their power. They got no other prince, no other superior, no hijacks, man. They are KTC, MHOE, right? Most high over everything, who reigns over them. HaWah is their power. They choose their princes from among themselves and are those whom the Christian found in great prosperity. They are surrounded on all 4 sides towards the north by the Sambatyon and the Sandy Sea, which stretches from east to west. On the west side, they are enclosed in by the ocean. They put Mediterranean in parentheses. That is conjecture. That is not true. So they are, on the west side, they are closed in by the ocean. Towards the east and the south are high mountains, impassable from their great height, called the mountain of the sun and moon, which Alexander the Great tried to pass. And these exiles, it is said to them, they are in darkness. Show yourself, for they are behind the dark mountains. And the river goes on, which is the Ganja, which is the Sambatyon. Indeed, Nachmanides says that the Gozan is the Sambatyon. Bang, ping, pow. So the more we recon this Gozan, we'll have to go Zan, you know what I mean? The second part of them includes those who dwell on the other side of the river. Whoa, so one dwells inside the river, Sambatyon. The other dwells on the other side of the river. The Reubenites, the Gadites, and half of Manasseh, who are the second exile. Okay, that's getting too good to us, man. I mean, how are we looking? Make sure we got time for the excellent Sambatyon flow all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. Let's get it. Yeah, 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 man. Yeah, my nut. All right. We're about to get the best Sambatyon, tune-up of all time. So, all right. One more again. So these tribes exist. They are found amongst the three bands of exiles. What are the three bands of exiles? One is inside the river, Sambatyon. What does it mean, my naga? All right. The other's on the other side of it, which they're connecting with the Reubenites, the Gadites, and half of Manasseh. Now, these are the same Rubati, Gadi, and Mani, right, that the Prester is over. Why now do you think it's listed like this? Is it to give a keyword that this Prester is ruling over these tribes that are in exile on the other side or within this Sambatyon magical river? This same Prester that is said to have the drop on the fountain of youth, my nigga? Did a black man discover the fountain of youth? Right. Come on, man. So what's the coincidence that the same priest king got the drop on the fountain of youth? They're looking everywhere for him. You got the water that you drink 3 times, man. You're gonna feel like, man, that you've eaten the finest meat and spices, it says, right? But every time, whether you 100 or 1,000 years, you turn back to 32. So that's what we keep getting. His whole tribe has taken 6 baths in the fountain, has bathed 6 times. Okay. In other words, Prester John was letting readers know that by the miracle of the fountain of youth, he was 562 years old and going strong. For he was immortal. Now you got Jeremiah popping off. King David, whom I will raise for you, my naga, right? He is immortal. He is immortal. Dawi, Rubadi, Gadi, and Mani are on the other side of the Sambatyon or the Ganges. Got it. And they're the second exiles. We're talking exilarchs. They are far from Babylonia in the towns of Media. Medianites, Kenites, Rechabites, let's go, and are also scattered in Africa. Some are 80 days distant from Babylonia, and from thence came David the Reubenite. In order to reach them, one has to cross seas, rivers, and deserts. That's what they had to do to find you. They have princes of their own nation, but pay tribute to the king of Ethiopia or the king of Abyssinia. As we know, Abyssinia predates the word Ethiopia. And who's the Prester of the Abyssinios? Oh, we know the Prester's in the British Museum. But who's the Prester of the Abyssinians? Emperor de los Abyssinios. And Abyssinios predates Ethiopia. So this is the kind of cons we're talking about. This is an American con. This ain't no con in Africa, man. Nah. Let's go. So in order to reach them, one has to cross seas, rivers, and deserts. They have princes of their own nation. They pay tribute to the king of Ethiopia, or we're talking Abyssinia. Abyssinios. Let's go. Etymology of Ethiopia. Yeah, we're talking Seraph, because we're talking burning ones. Ethiopia. Ethiopia. They tell you right away. From Ept or Ethiopian or Negro. To burn. Like fiery looking. So we're not just talking skin complexion, man. We're talking fiery looking. We're not burning, fiery looking. Abyssinia is the old name for Ethiopia. Oh yeah, we're talking about a mixture, but not racially mixed. We're talking about tribes, like the Kenites, like the Rechabites. These tribes that were in the mixed multitude of Moshe. We're just talking Abyssinia. Or Prester John, Emperor of the Abyssinios. Or the three Indias. And what about Ethiopia? What about this Abyssinia? What about this mixed multitude? So whoever's setting up their own kings, cool, but you're going to pay tribute to the Prester or the king of Ethiopia or the king of Abyssinia. Rex Negus is the king of kings. King Dawi. They are constantly at war with their enemies in self-defense. They're just defending themselves. Their right is the same as ours, and only lately the great work of Maimonides, Moshe Maimonides, reached them, which they accepted as their religious guide. But they knew also the Mishnah of the Babylonian Talmud. Their territory reaches as far as Aden, Aden, to the land of Cush, and to the source of the Nile. Where's the source of the Nile? And where this river separates from the Euphrates, they inhabit a strip between these two rivers. They are governed by a secretary of the king Daniel. They are governed. So their territory reaches as far as Aden or Eden, to the land of Cush, and to the sources of the Nile, or source of the Nile, which this river separates from the Euphrates. They inhabit the strip between the two rivers. They are governed by a secretary of the king Daniel, and are very numerous like the stars in heaven. With them are the children of Rehabiah, Rehab, and those of Moshe. Who number more than 60 myriads. Messengers who sent to them in the time of Pope Clement VII, a part of whom died on their way, and those remaining brought tidings concerning the greatness of the tribes and their wide territories, having on the one side the king of Ethiopia, and on the other side the king of Persia. And the same says Benjamin, the third part, Yagel, puts in Arasata in the boundaries of Riblah, according to Esdras the fourth, whose dwelling remains now unknown, where they will remain until HaWah remembers them. To sum up, Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh are on our side of the Sambatyon. The Rechabites, the children of Moses, Zebulun, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, are on the other side of the Sambatyon. Ephraim, the other half of Manasseh, Simeon, and Issachar are in Daphne of Riblah. Judah, Benjamin, and most of the tribe of Levi are dispersed in Asia and Europe, as said by Josephus. Which one? And I'm just saying, which Asia we talking about, my nigga? Which Asia is we talking about? If you're dispersed in Asia, you must first understand that North America does not exist, and that these old 1561 Carta Marina is showing you straight up truth, man, that South America connects directly with Asia. There ain't no North America. It connects directly with what they call Grand Tartary, which you see China right here. How do you get China so close to South America? Over and over and over again, we're getting the drop, right? That Asia, where's Asia? 1531 Orientis finds the same thing. South America connects directly to India Superior, Greater Asia, right? Cathay, let's go. Florida, that's China, Managa. Let's go. Man, it's getting too good to knock, man. Let's read a little more of this, and then we're just going to belly flop into some great links that we'll pick up, from next time as well, on the Sambatyon. And there is no doubt that in each exile of the four, there were many of the other tribes who went with the exiles according as they were more or less neighbors, Managa. Did we or did we not just say that Prester John, emperor of the Abyssinios, or Abyssinia, or Abyssinia, seeing clearly Dracan Abyssinia, is Habasa, is Ethiopia, which means mixed or mixture. I'll be seeing you. He's talking about a mixture of Nagas, neighbors, they call it. Okay. There is no doubt that in each exile of the four, there were many of the other tribes who went with the exiles according as they were more or less neighbors, mixed multitude, Abyssinia, so that each band of exiles was indeed mixed, comprising some of all the 12 tribes. That's what they meant by mixed, Manak. All right. In addition to men of other nations who joined themselves to the exiles, Israel, of course, increased in numbers and was scattered to the four winds of heaven in order to proclaim to the nations the name of our one true power. This is, in my opinion, the reason of the many exiles and wanderings of our fathers and ourselves. Right? That the name of the one power and his power should be made known by us from sunrise to sunset. So Israel scattered to the four winds. He said, this is my opinion, the reason of the many exiles and wanderings of our fathers and ourselves, that the name of the one power and his power should be made known by us. So that's why everybody is scattering around until there shall be on earth HaWah one and the name one. and all shall know and recognize that to him alone, ain't no hijacking between you and the Creator. Him alone belongs greatness and might, and to no one else. All greatness comes directly from HaWah. In the previous chapter, Yakel makes the following statement: I heard at Lucera from a Christian named Vincenio Milano, who was a prisoner in the hand of the Turks nearly 25 years and traveled over mountains and through valleys with caravans, the following story. He once left Algiers with a pasha named Hassan Bey of Barbosa. More on more war, my nigga, who lived in the time of King Salim, having with him about 40,000 Turkish warriors, right? Because these original Turks are the Moor, my nigga, same thing. And in the camp were also 12 Hebrews, most of them of Algiers. They traveled on the road to Barbary, then towards Fez, then to India. Here they found in a certain place inhabitants short as a man's arm, who fed upon grass, walked about naked, slept in caverns, and spoke on an unintelligible language. The caravan left India to the left, past all the lands of the black king. Right, so India has a black king, my nugget, and turned towards the west until they reached the sandy sea. So they reached the Sambatyon, is that what we're saying? This is a desert full of sand, which is blown from place to place according to the wind, just as the waves of great sea. And because it forms waves, it is called sand sea. Going further west, they came to a river called Sambatyon, which, wonderful to say, is full of water all the weekdays, so strong that it rolls along great stones and a quantity of sand, so that no ship dare venture upon it. But on Friday towards sunset, the river rests and becomes quite dry, so that a child can cross it. It is said that the river is some places 1.5, 3 and 4 miles broad. All right. It flows between north and south, having to the right the west and the left the east, until it falls into the ocean. Ships which venture on it lose their way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So going further west, they came to the river Sambatyon. It flows north and south, having to the right the west and to the left the east, until it falls into the ocean. The ships which venture on it lose their way. No ship is yet known to have returned safely from this river, Mana, Sambatyon or Ganges. Uh-oh. When the Pasha and a part of his troops, for the greater part, remained on the other side, crossed the river. On Sabbath day, they traveled about a day's journey and found inhabited cities and fertile land where nothing was wanted. Water came from the mountains in abundance. So this was popping on the other side, right? The cities were inhabited by Hebrew, fine-looking men with handsome women, all dressed with silk, managa, purple. Uh-oh, got that blue, purple, red. Purple and fine woolen long dresses reaching down to the heels, as in Turkey. The girls as well as the women wear their hair loose on the shoulders, with the difference that the married women wore a thick veil so that nothing of their face could be seen. Yeah, yeah. So after 3 months, they sent this answer that since they had been In their land, they had never paid to any sultan or king a fixed tribute, and they were not willing to begin it now, but for the sake of the dispersed of Judah, who were under the power of the sultan. Man, don't come mooring us up now, man. This has been popping off, separating our family, separating our tribe, oppressing the Naga. More and more frequency war. For the sake of the dispersed of Judah, who were under the power of the sultan, although they did not observe the law of Moses and his precept in the right way as themselves, therefore were only brothers by name. They were willing to give silver, gold, and precious stones as a present now, but the sultan must not ask tribute a second time. They would certainly not agree to it, but wage war against him with their allies. You see how this is coming together with Eleazar, the Christiani, with whom the Hebrews were at peace. The description of the Sambatyon is the same as given above. In the year 1628, Edri continues, 8 European Jews resolved to cross the Sambatyon. The geographical items in this diary may perhaps turn out to be of interest. These documents are signed by Aaron Hall Levi. Then follows a true story of R. Baruch, an emissary from Jerusalem who traveled about in the year 1648 for the purpose of collecting money for the Holy Land. When he came into the country of the Medes and Persians, he was attacked by robbers who took from him all that he possessed and left him in the wilderness without food and drink for 10 days. All at once he saw a mighty man about to kill him. Baruch begged for his life in Hebrew, and it turned out that this man was the tribe of Naphtali, whose name is Malkiel. So this man was the tribe of Naphtali, whose name is Malkiel. He left Baruch and went to see all the tribes, who gave him a letter which Baruch should deliver only in Jerusalem. This letter is from the children of Moses, who give an account of the Sambatyon and their land, and is signed by the king Ahab, son of Azariah, and the prince Jehozadak, son of Ozier, and the elder Uriel, son of Eliasaph. The authenticity of this letter is confirmed by several rabbis of Jerusalem, Ashkenazic, as well as Sephardic, among them the great Kabbalist Jacob ben Zimah, the confirmation of which is dated 15th of Menahem, Menahem, 1647. The famous Azuli saw it at Reggio, and it came into possession of the well-known Solomon Dubno. It is said that it was a copy of the original, which was in possession of the famous Kabbalist R. Nathan Spiral, dated 1646. R. Nathan died at Reggio the first day of ER, IYYAR, 1666, and the documents remain in the archives of the congregation in that town, as mentioned by Azule. Hey, man, hey, we don't play. Hey, get the rest of this drop, because this drop is on fire for real, man. After mentioning Eldad In fact, their address is derived from Eldad. We wonder if this letter reached him. No postal union then existing, the letter alludes to a persecution in Germany sometime in the 5000 AM, which a sorcerer tried to destroy Israel. They sent there a certain Armir Hazain who passed the Sambatyon on a Sabbath day, the breaking of the Sabbath being allowed when life was in danger, and carried with him Ardain. You heard, so according to this author, the breaking of the Shabbat, as far as crossing that river, only for emergency purposes, right? Only if your life is in danger. And the only way to cross it is when that water ceases. It's an interesting flow right there. It says the letter next mentions the arrival of David, son of Solomon, in Italy and Rome in the year 1523. Finally, it is alleged that 2 years previously, Palestinian emissaries went to Yemen, where they saw a Danite named Issachar, who told them about their wealth and strength, and afterwards this man disappeared. Encouraged by these circumstances, they sent to Baruch, son of Samuel from Upper Galilee. The letter gives then a small catalog of books which Jews possess, concluding with the writings of Elijah Wilna. Then followed accounts of the persecutions which become intolerable. Moreover, they are poor and much in debt. Yeah, I'm just reading ahead a little bit, so we know where it's going, know where we going to. But you see them bringing a lot of key players, man, like Benjamin of Tudela, like Antonio de Montezinos, man. Let's get this piece. HaWah is Havila. Like, Havila, is it Cuba? There's another one. Havila, Cuba, however they say it. Havana, right? Almost like Havana. But this HaWah is Havila, is Havila. Let's go. Let's go. They're talking about the Falasha drop. The Grand Vizier Sinan Pasha under Sultan Murad, who reigns today over Romania, Arabia, Asia, Europe, and part of Africa, boasted with his officials that had not the treasury been emptied by the wars for the conquest of Yemen, we should have continued our conquest to the kingdom of the Jews, in which neighborhood we were. This legend refers most likely to the rumor of the independent Falashas. Right? So in another place, Akrish gives two reports on the kingdom of the Prester John and the Jews, the one by Moses Kohen, Ashkenazi of Crete, date 16th of Adar, or 1483, who heard it from an Arab, Ali by his name, residing near the land of HaWah, HaWah, all over the place. Let's go. And the other from a letter sent from Jerusalem by a certain Elijah in the year 1349. Ahab. To sum up, accepting Benjamin of Tudela and Abraham Yagal, the Jewish legends on the dwelling of the 10 tribes turn on Yemen, Abyssinia, and an unknown region in the desert between these two countries, which is still unexplored. There is consequently ground left for further legends. Only one places the tribes in the West Indies. Talking Prester John of the three Indians. Let's get it. Man, for the dismount, we coming in hot. Only one places the tribes in the West Indies. That is the opinion of Aaron Levi, formerly known as Antonio de Montezino, and made known by Manasseh ben Israel, Hope of Israel. A Hebrew inscription is mentioned from the Flanders Islands, which Manasseh tries to explain better than the others had done. Of course, the 10 tribes could not know the square characteristics and objection unknown to the time of Manasseh, and if known, one which could have had no influence upon the believers, but the West Indies were soon dropped out of consideration. Man, this plays so heavy, Manak, especially when they're just, bringing in the Prester and, this flow connected with, this land, this HaWah. In another place, Akrish gives two reports on the kingdom of Prester John, man. Right? Everyone knows he's a swarthy Khan. So soon, man, these West Indies were just dropped out of consideration for what? 10 tribes could not know the square characteristics and objection unknown in the time of Manasseh, and if known, one who could have had no influence upon the believers. But the West Indies were soon dropped out of consideration. Thus, we have finished with the legends of the 10 tribes as far as Jewish tradition is concerned. For completeness, however, sake ask, or however we shall mention the opinions given by two recent Jewish diaries. Alright. I want to get so much more of this, but we're just making a dismount here. We're just making a dismount, my life. Benjamin consequently could give no more than what the native Jews told him in their traditions about the Nestorians, the Kurds, and the Afghans, who are the tribe of Benjamin, are known and perfectly untrustworthy. Benjamin supposes that the Nestorians are descendants of the tribes of Zebulun and Naphtali, man. So all this, old king renowned for wise counsel drop we've been getting around this Nestor. See if I have it up over here. Nestor. Here we go. So we keep getting this Nestor, right? When we look at this Nestor, it connects to this old wise king. Whether they're looking at classical mythology, Manaka, or whether they're getting it real. Whether we're talking about Old king renowned for wise counsel, also one who blesses, man. So this is a bless, Khan, that is wise. That's all you need to know when you talk Nestorianism, man. But I like the way they're breaking it down right here. Because Benjamin is saying that nah, these Nestors are Israelites. They are descendants of the tribes of Zebulun and Naphtali, which opens up, this whole can right here that these Nestorians are Israelites in general. All right. So every time they were saying Nestorian Christians, they're saying these creator loving individuals that love the creator, right? The actual creator, but they're actually the descendants of the tribes. They're not faking this stuff. They're not just taking on this as an idolatry, as a doctrine. They are, you know, they are, we are, what they're really digging on. You know, we are what they're trying to expose, as something authentic in their religions, but we are that true authenticity, my nigga. That we are truly just popping off. Now they're keeping the Shabbat instead of the Sunday is no argument for the Jewish origin. They were converted by the Judeo-Christian apostles who still kept Shabbat. Okay. And not the Sunday of the apostles of the Gentile. About the Afghans, Benjamin prefers or refers to a paper printed at Wilna in which it is said that the inhabitants of Afghan, right, are descended from the 12 tribes. Well, we know Afghan is Jeremiah's Bond, grandson of Saul, right? This theory has already been propounded by Sir John Malcolm in his history of Persia. Man, so they're already putting this together. As to the Nestorians, we may refer to Dr. Asahel Grant's monograph on the Nestorians or the Lost Tribes, which based on sound researches is a serious attempt to solve our question. The idiom of the Nestorians is Shemitic, although rather Syriac than Aramaic, and the geographical situation of this people embraces part of the country where some of the lost tribes would have been. The drawback is that no mention at all is made of them in the Babylonian Talmud. It's a cover-up, man, as in the case with the Hebrews of Messena and Karakina. The tradition of the Nestorians as to their descent from the Israelites is only a bizarre tale, just as that of the Afghans, both trying to find a pedigree for themselves. Neither have any reminiscences of customs or ritual performances of olden times, as in the case with the Falashas in Abyssinia, whom we believe to be descendants of some Jewish immigrants, most likely Egyptian. The second diary is by the late Joseph Levi to Corny, who traveled in the countries of the Caucasians, the Caucasus, right? So this traveler was in the same position as Benjamin II and had to rely upon written communications. He mentions traditions from Durban and the neighborhood of Dagestan forms a part of the cities of the Medes, and the Jews are descendants from those who were carried away by the Assyrians, and that they never returned either in the time of Jeremiah or with the Babylonian captivities, man. Yeah, yeah. They talking China. Oh man, we saying, man, we We talk China very well. Very well, man. Let's go. We talk China very well. HaWah. There's no greater vibration than, digging on this investigation with my tribe. An investigation that continues just for us, just for you, from the heartbone of my living room in Inglewood, right into your heartbone, man. And that's how real it is, man. In real time. Love to top battle. In battle time. Love to the clan. Battle clan, man. We just popping off. For the dismount. I'll leave some of these links and we'll definitely have to get, more in depth with them later. But this just lets you know how in depth this recon gets, man, when you talk about the Sambatyon, research not JStore, STOR.org. All right, so you got all kind of different, man. I mean, all kind of different documents talking about the Sambatyon. You got this one here, the rediscovery of the Greek book, 1450 to 1750. All right, you got Joseph by Martin Goodman. Josephus's The Jewish War, biography, Princeton University Press. I'm just digging on a few of these. You got the Abraham Abulfia situation, 1240 to 1291, from the dream of the poem, Hebrew poetry from Muslim and Christian Spain, Princeton University Press. You got Political Theology and Left-Wing Melancholy by Nitzan Lebavik. You got the Revival of Hebrew, Utopia, Indistinction, Recurrence. So, again, by Nitzan Lebavik. Digging on that Sambatyon, right? Yearning for a lost long home, the Limba and Jewish narrative of genetic return. Still talking these tribes that live beyond the Sambatyon. Managi. I mean, you got this link, just keep scrolling. There's nothing but Sambatyon Driznov. So don't act like we crazy for talking waterless seas, man. Don't act like we crazy, Managi. Let's go. Entangled Stories, the Red Jews in Pre-Modern Yiddish and German Apocalyptic Lore. Published in Cambridge University, Managi. Let's see if I still got these up here. Yeah, I mean, all these got the drop right here, man. And, this one has 41 pages. You gotta do a little sign in to it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, but I'm gonna leave the link and you can do what you do. I'm just gonna get pieces of these by Rebecca Vob. Far, far away from our area, somewhere beyond the mountains of darkness on the other side of the Sambatyon, there lives a nation known as the Red Jews, Managa. Red, ruddy, copper-colored kind. The Red Jews are best known from classic Yiddish writing, most notably from Mendel's Ketzers and Messios, Benjamin Hashlishi, The Brief Travels of Benjamin III. This novel, first published in 1878, represents the initial appearance of the Red Jews in modern Yiddish. Yiddish, right? So we already know we had to drop before this Yiddish. The comical travelogue describes the adventures of Benjamin, who sets off in search of the legendary Red Jews. But who are these Red Jews, or in Yiddish, die Reut Yiddish? I don't speak good Yiddish, man. You know what I mean? All right. Denotes the lost tribes of Israel, the 10 tribes that in biblical times had composed the northern tribes of Israel. They were exiled by the Assyrians in the 8th century. So this Sambatyon plays right there in the biblical timeline and history, pretty much during this exile. Now, once these northern tribes were exiled, and what they're calling 8th century BCE, you have them, going across this Sambatyon according to these, reconers. Over time, the myth of their return emerged, and they were said to live in an uncharted location beyond the mysterious Sambatyon. So a lot of the prophecy of them crossing over and finding us and, different things has to do with this Sambatyon, not necessarily crossing the Atlantic Ocean, but crossing this Sambatyon, where they will remain until the Messiah's arrival at the end of time. What did Jeremiah say? King David, whom I will raise up unto you, when they would rejoin the rest of their Hebrew peoples. Okay. All right, that's just one. One of many on the Sambatyon. Let's see what this one's hitting for right here as we make our way to a beautiful, beautiful dismount. Conceptualizing Diaspora, the Tales of Jewish Travelers in Search of the Lost Tribes by Alana E. Cooper. Okay. Everyone's in search of the tribes, my nigga. Everyone's looking. Everyone's looking for you. And suddenly they found you and they acted like they weren't looking no more. They just let it fizzle on out. Back to this David Rubani. Back to this Rubani, man. Since the time of Eldad, a number of figures have gained renown on account of the 10 tribe travel, among them 12th century Benjamin of Tudela, 13th century Abraham al-Bufia, 16th century David Rubani, 17th century Antonio Montesinos, 19th century Israel Benjamin, also called Benjamin II, and David de Beth Halal. Travelers who have joined their ranks more recently include those mentioned previously: Simcha, Jacobovici, Shaliva, Will, and Hillel Hakim, as well as Rabbi Eliyahu Avidgail and anthropologist Tudor Parfit. Let's go. So along with this Benjamin Fidula's travels, you got John, was it Manteval's travel? Then, of course, you got Eldad Hadani, got his own travel journal. Even if, for example, there was an Eldad, are the details of his story true, or might he have fabrication, either in an act of deceit, or some have suggested or simply, or as some have suggested, or simply because he was weary and confused from his travels. So why they casting all this deceit? Why they casting this count? These counts of fabrication, right? Over Eldad. That's always a red flag that you need to dig deeper. Because you're talking Eldad Hadani, who also talked about the fountain, or this Sambatyon. He's talking about how it's flowing 6 days and resting on the seventh day in the Lost Tribes of Promised Land by Ronald Sanders, man. So, all right, so it's a lot. We try to remember all this, man. We in Prester John 75 still popping off. Still popping off, man. Jews in China, man. Jews in China. Which one? These works consist of annotated bibliographies and collections of source materials, Simcha Shahuz Taurines. How you spell it? SIMCHA SHTULL dash TRAURING. So he got something called the Letters from Beyond the Sambatyon, the myth of the lost tribes. All right. I mean, is it something? Is it nothing? Is it something, Managa? Is it nothing, man? Making a beautiful disc, man. Let's get it. In this paper, I argue that the centuries-old story of the lost Israelite tribes is a powerful vehicle for Jews to make sense of these contradictions. As such, it will not be treated here as literal history. Rather, it will be read on a symbolic level. A story that reveals the complexity of Jewish conceptions of dispersal, home, authority, and peoplehood. In the popular imagination, the period of King David and King Solomon's reign is conceived of as utopian era. Under a united monarch, the Jews lived in their own land, divided into tribal units, but joined with a single kingdom. According to the Bible, each tribe had its own distinct territory, delineated by the word of HaWah. So too, each had particular attributes and assigned destinies. Each tribe was represented before HaWah by the high priest, who wore a breastplate inlaid with 12 stones, each stone a different color, representing the uniqueness of each particular tribe. In short, each tribal group had its own identity, which was not understood to be a cultural construction, but a HaWah-given reality. Together they formed a single whole, united through kinship, conship, cult, and common history. I mean, you already know, man, You just gotta surf the wave, man. I definitely want to dig more on this Jacoby Vici's journey. Jacoby Vici. And they're still back on that Afghan. So you see how Afghan plays? Everyone's bringing it up, man. Everyone's bringing it up. Finally, he travels to Afghanistan and Pakistan, where he becomes convinced that the similarity between Israelite tribal names and local tribal names is proof that the 15 million Pathans are Israelites from the lost tribes of Reuben, Gad, Ephraim, or Manasseh, right? Rubadi, Gadi, and Shimon or Simeon. Okay, let's keep going. Let's get three more of these. We got the Akdamut, history, folklore, and meaning. I mean, you know what I mean? And every time you belly flop, it's cray-cray in these documents. I mean, just right here, man. Akdamut is an Aramaic piyut, and an Ashkenazic rite, which was composed as an introduction to the Aramaic translation of the Torah, reading Targum for the first day of Shavuot. Aside from a few Sabbath table hymns, Akdamut, the introduction of words, is the most widely known Aramaic hymn in Ashkenazic liturgy. It's outlived all other introductory hymns to the Targum for the first day of Shavuot, and it has outlived many centuries. The custom of chanting the Targum itself on Shavuot, its erstwhile reason or razon de chur, Ishmar el-Bogin, consisted with his inclination for reform of apparently outmoded passages of the liturgy, used strong language to suggest that Akdamut and other poetic introductions of the Targum for holy days be excised. With the elimination of the translations that were intended to introduce, they have completely lost their significance, their right to exist. It is indeed curious that this liturgic poem has continued to persist in Ashkenazic liturgy. Why should such a lengthy, says 90 lines, literary creation in language foreign to most Jews, introducing a translation of the Torah reading not used for a millennium, continue to be so popular and widely recited? Hey, we just digging on the fountain. We just digging on the river. At this time, of desperation, as the month of the allotted year were rolling by, a certain scholar in the community fell asleep while studying, and in his dream saw the rescuer would not come from the diaspora of or the land of Israel, but rather from beyond the river Sambatyon. Manak, David the First, right? Rubadi Gadi Mani. We're talking about these tribes across the river that runs 6 days and is, only crossable on the Shabbat, but you better have a good reason, man, if that has to happen. Who's over on this other side waiting for this Mashiach, waiting for Khandawi, this messenger, this shepherd, this one shepherd, Ezekiel 34, Ezekiel 37, putting them sticks back together. Valley of dry bones are popping off around here, man. So this rescuer is coming from beyond the river Sambatyon, where the 10 lost tribes of Israel dwell. It was necessary to contact the Jews of the 10 lost tribes for help. Everyone agreed to send Mir, who was a great scholar, known for his piety and the leader of the Jews of worms or dragons. They sent him with a letter explaining the situation, signed by the rabbinic leadership of the community. supplies for the journey, and 3 accompanying rabbis. After many difficulties and much time, the party arrived at the banks of the river Sambatyon on a Tuesday, exactly 8 nights before the year's time would run out. Now, the Sambatyon is impossible to traverse during the 6 days of the week, for it is too turbulent for any boat, and the waters constantly fling dangerous rocks into the air. Only on the Sabbath do the waters calm enough for a boat to sail across. Now, what if you're going to fly your dragon across, right? But of course, embarking on a boat journey on the Sabbath is forbidden. Nevertheless, the group knew that the river would have to be crossed on the Sabbath for the sake of saving lives. When the Sabbath arrived, Meir instructed the accompanying rabbis to remain, and that only he would take it upon himself to the burden of violating the Sabbath, crossing the river by boat. As soon as Meir arrived on the other side, he was put in prison and told he would be stoned to death for violating the Sabbath. However, once the Jews of the 10 lost tribes read the community's letter explaining the dire circumstances, Meir was released from prison. So they popping off, casting lots to see who's going to face the monk in order to save Meir's imperiled community. The lot fell short on a short, lame elder named Dan. It's a great story here, man. Definitely dig on it, because Dan got the drop. He's popping off some powerful frequency for him. He's using the mystical names of HaWah to counteract this monk's magic to fight back. Oh, man. Okay. He's using the names of HaWah. You also got the toward the source of the Sambatyon, Shabbat Discourse and the Origins of the Sabbatical River Legend by Daniel Stein-Kokeen. Breaking more on this Shabbat, 6 days each week, right? So a lot of authors, substantiating that. Writing back in 1888, Adolf Neubauer, the father of modern scholarship on the lost tribes, warned that it would be lost time to trouble ourselves about the identification of the stream. He said, don't even look for it, man. Now, Neubauer was referring to the Sambatyon River. He said a mythical waterway that, according to the common understanding, rests each Sabbath, separates missing Hebrews, the 10 lost tribes, or others from their brethren, and indeed from the known world. So are they separated like prison, or are they preserved? 6 days each week, according to the legend, the river runs so powerfully that neither these tribes nor their seekers can cross it on the Sabbath. Either natural wonders or halakhic restrictions prevent them from doing so as well. You can't cross the Sabbath River on the Sabbath, on the Shabbat. All right, so, hey, I'm just leading you to the water. Let me know what you find. The Sambatyon legend certifies that only in the Messianic age will this lost population be restored to the rest of the Hebrew people. My Nagas. A great many versions of this legend have come down to us in rabbinic and other sources, often varying significantly as to the river's nature, behavior, as well as the identity, precise location of the population trapped or protected, right? Preserved or imprisoned, trapped or protected In some cases, the river flows 6 days each week with water, and others with sand and stone. In many accounts, the river rests entirely on the Shabbat, whereas in other cases, its banks erupt in fire on this day and are obscured by clouds. One more source will, leave for you here. Keep on surfing the way. Beyond the Sambatyon, the 10 Lost Tribes of Israel in Early Modern Jewish Eyes by Moti Ben Malik. Kaka. And most of this is in their Yiddish, man. But I could read the abstract for the dismount. The first third of the 16th century witnessed a burst of messianic excitement among the Jews of Italy. It was fed by constant rumors that the 10 lost tribes had been found and were on their way back to their ancient homeland, led by a large, victorious army. It was also claimed that unnatural signs seen by many people in various places proved that the Jewish redemption was at hand, and that Christian and Muslim kings, sultans, princes, and even the Pope were aware of this process, of its inevitable consequences for them. So when we say we popping off Hosea 3 and 5, seek HaWah and David, they already know it's going down. They already know it's about to pop off. They already know Christian, their leaders, Muslim leaders, sultans, princes, even the Pope is aware of this process. What process? That the 10 tribes, or the tribes of Israel, were on their way back to their ancient homeland. And that these signs are popping off. Let's keep going. Based on analysis of some 30 letters sent between Italy and the land of Israel in the years 1407. Where's the land of Israel in 1407? That state over there of Israel was established in 1947, man. So you're going to surf the wave. This article claims that the Jewish expectations for redemption led by the 10 lost tribes, or the 12 tribes of Israel, were influenced by European hopes that, here we go, Prester John. Why is Prester John everywhere? The more we dig on specific details in the investigation, anything to do with finding youth, anything to do with this mystical river, man, here comes Prester John, because Europeans had hope that Prester John would come to their help to eradicate the Ottoman Islamic threat, because it's a more and more war. These hopes flourished in Italy beginning in 1430s due to the political convergence between Italy and Ethiopia, perceived as the land of Prester John at that time. The way that the 10 lost tribes were viewed underwent a major change in this period between the 9th and the 14th centuries. They had been perceived in terms of religious piety and thought to be living a life completely detached from what was happening outside their own world. They are now transformed into a belligerent military entity. So, they this righteous, peaceful group detached from the hijack, and then they get transformed by these riders into a belligerent military entity. All right. The new image finds explicit expression in the rumors dating to the 15th and 16th centuries that the tribes were on their way to becoming once more an active political and martial factor in world history. This new militant image stems from a Jewish reading of the German anti-Semitic traditions of the, quote, Red Jews. The Red Ruddies, the 10 tribes, according to these traditions, are wild, fierce warriors, right? So now they're turning into, just like, what's a dragon, right? What's a dragon, man, for the dismount? Yeah, we're talking Abyssinians, man. We're talking Ethiopians. What is a dragon for the disc, man? What's an American? You already know copper-colored Nagas, not brought here, but found here. What's a dragon, my Naga? For the disc, man. Because they want to demonize anything, that has to do with peace. Our peace, we turn into savages, beasts, brutes. But a dragon has already been transformed into this fierce and violent person. Male, female, man, woman is a dragon. Is a dragon. If you are fierce or violent towards whatever the hell they up to, male or female, you wear this title, Manog, according to their definition. Male, female, man, woman. You're fierce. You're violent, right? Okay. This new militant image, right? This new image finds explicit expression in the rumors dating to the 15th and 16th centuries that the tribes were on their way to becoming once more an active political and martial factor in world history. This new militant, right? Militant image of this fierce and violent person, this dragon, this militant image stems from the Jewish reading of the German anti-Semitic traditions of the Red Jew. This is a very popular folklore in their Yiddishness. But what is it rooted in? It's rooted in this mysterious river. You know what I mean? This mythical river, they say, right? According to these traditions, are wild, fierce warriors. A fierce, violent person, male or female, is a dragon. Fierce warriors who are also barbarian cannibals, right? So these Hebrews that are being preserved are also barbarians to this hijack, right? So they were imprisoned in a remote. So this, to them, we're imprisoned. To us, we're protected in a remote, isolated place because they endangered the very existence of the civilized Christian world. Oh, man. Died your own damn hijack. Fierce or violent towards these hijacks called Christian. The Christian traditions of Prester John, here we go, and the Red Jews. So they put them together, Prester John and the Red Jews, letting you know again that this Dawi of Rubadi Gadi Mani, son of Prester, or this is Prester John. You know what I'm saying? I mean, father of Hanan Kanan, the Princess Dara and Lebna, Lambu. The same Preston who's the father of Solomon, father of David Solslin. We're just talking Raja, Hiraja, Chola, the Pandian, the Prester John, and the red ruddy Nagas, when read through Jewish eyes, had become a source of consolation and messianic hope. Oh, they looking for him. They hoping for him, right? 16th century Jewish messianism was historical messianism. We're just talking messengers. It was affected by the international and geopolitical situation and envisioned the rise of a political and martial Jewish power as a new and significant player, man, because this martial power, it's a dragon. Fierce and violent person is a dragon. They're writing about your martial Hebrew power, man. Beyond the Sambatyon. Oh boy. And we'll pick it up from here, man. You know, this is one of those well-quoted sources. This one by Zevi Benite. You know, digging exclusively out this Oxford University. You know, back on this Sambatyon. You know, and they're bringing different sources. The subject, departure from the focus of his book, The Tao of Muhammad, The Power of Muhammad, a cultural history of Muslims in late China. Where's China, man? But the story of the 10 lost tribes is intriguing and the ensemble tells of how people throughout the world and throughout history have related to the loss of the Israelite tribes. Make for a fascinating read. Oh, well, thank you, man. Thank you, man. Oh, yeah. As Nephi observed, whether they are none of us knoweth, save that we know that they have been led away. You know, where did they go? 2 Kings 17, it says, even though their destinations were recorded in 2 Kings 17 by 600 BC, not only had the descendants of the deportees lost their cultural memory, no more mem and identity, they were unknown to the remainder of Israel, who had regenerated in the kingdom of Judah. Yeah, this is an excellent drop. You know, I'm gonna leave it right here. You know, we'll pick it right back up next time. This is why we do what we do. We've been talking Arzareth, man, the connection with this Arzareth, man, and this Aslan flow. What's the connection with this Arzareth and Aslan? The name of the land beyond the great river is Arzareth, far away from the habitation of man. This kind of sounds like the land beyond the Sambatyon, in which the 10 tribes of Israel dwell, observing the laws of Moshe until the time of the restoration. Managa. So Arzareth is directly correlating with the same land that the 10 tribes are exiled across, you know, this river. I mean, land beyond the great river, far away from the habitation. Wow. Because they forsook the covenant of HaWah and went to serve other powers. The land rooted them out of their land and cast them into another land as this day. And I mean, you could read and read about, especially, you know, these northern tribes, man, you know, that they were like a cake unturned, right? They couldn't get right. You know, there is a definite connection when you start putting all this together. You know, I'm just showing you just, you know, a little bit of what we have been surfing, but we got a couple of these up. The Sambatyon, see all these different ways of spelling it. So don't just research it in one spelling. You know, you can spell it all these different ways, man. Sambatyon, it's S-A-M, or you could go S-A-N, or S-A-B, right? Sabbatyon, or Sambatyon. And there's another one, Sambatyon, Managa, like, you know, it's all happening. We'll also pick up from this link here off the strangeside.com, one of the OG Sambatyon River links. That's going to go right in to King Shalmaneser. Or are we talking Genghis Khan? Is Genghis Khan the one that exiled you across this river as the 10 tribes? The date was 556 BC. That's the hijack. Ever since, people have been wondering what became of the myriads of Jews scattered like chaff to the wind, some over the Sambatyon River, some to Daphne, to Antiochia, while some were hidden in a cloud. Easiest to track down should be the Sambatyon River due to a mysterious trait that makes it unique. The Gemara, Sanhedrin 65b, tells us that when Turner Rufus challenged our Akiva, why is this day Shabbos different than other days? Akiva answered that there are 3 proofs that Shabbos, or Shabbat, is a day of rest. First, the Sambatyon River that rests on the Shabbos. Second, the fact that one cannot call up the dead on Shabbos. So, you know, anyone trying to do this probably knows you can't call on your people on this day. They're even resting. And third, that the grave of Turno Rufus, wicked father, smoked the whole week but ceased to smoke on Shabbos, man. So the first is the Sambatyon River that rests on the Sabbath. Oh, goes into Josephus Wars, man. Caesar flow, according to Rambam. Right now we're talking about the Moses Maimonides flow. The Sambatyon lies further afield. Commenting on the verse, I will scatter them, the Rambam writes. And again, this is the father of Moses Maimonides, who's also known as, you know what I'm saying, Rambam, which reminds us of Amram, right? So we're putting it all together. This hints at the exile of the 10 tribes who were exiled to the Gozan River, which the sages call Sambatyon. The Gozan River seems to be in the vicinity of Modai. So they call this one of the greatest rivers, this Gozan River, cutting through India over there, they're saying, right? But where's the real Gozan? Where's the real Sambatyon? Because concerning Shalmaneser's exile of the remaining 10 tribes, 556 BCE, the verse says, and the king of Assyria exiled Israel to Assyria and settled them in Kalach and Kavor on the Gozan River and in the towns of Modai. 2nd Malachim 18:11. Centuries later, 9th century, the Sambatyon was given a brand new location by the mysterious Eldad Hadani, who claimed to come from the lost tribes and reported the Sambatyon is lying somewhere south of Ethiopia. Which one, Mana? In fact, this accords with the verse in Isaiah 11:11 mentioning some of the 10 tribes being exiled to Patros on the southern Nile and to Ethiopia. Okay. Which one? Yeah. So this is an excellent link for us to pick up as well. So, you know, hey, we out of here. We popping off. We got a Britannica flow. Back to the Sambatyon. You know what I mean? See all the spellings. Sabbath River, right? Shalmaneser, exile. We want to get more into the Josephus connection, man, and, see if we can get any more from this Rabbi Akiba. And they're mentioning Manasseh ben Israel, which we've dug through that text as well in the drop library. Legends of the River produced a vast Jewish literature that eventually entered into Arabic and Christian writings among Eastern European Jews. An unruly child was sometimes referred to as Sambatyon. So they flipped this righteous, exile, my naga, that, we're being redeemed from, right, into some hell, demonic, savage, fierce warriors, against them, of course, and of course now their unruly childs are Sebastians, right? And now you got this bastard, right? All this stuff coming out the same source. We just talking Sambatyon, man. Of course, you got the OG wiki, so I'm just, leading you to the water, letting you know we popping off with my nugget. Because this is a serious investigation. We need it all. We need it all. The river beyond which the 10 tribes were exiled. Yeah. The Gozan River is also the Guzana River. Ooh, we were talking about Kabars. Kubars. Now they call it the Kubar River. Largest perennial tributary to the Euphrates in Syria. Kubar, like Kabal. Getting closer. Kubars, getting closer to the Kiber, my nugget. Oh, man. Oh, man, it's all happening. Okay. The little red Jews cut off from the rest of Jewry by the legendary river Sambatyon, whose foaming waters rise high up in the sky, a wall of fire and smoke that is impossible to pass through. So this same Guzani River, this saying is mentioned in 2nd Kings, you know what I mean? So we're tying all the biblical history, Managa, with the mythologies, with, the philologies, the languages, all this stuff is coming out. Now, Pliny the Elder says that it's in Judea, man, which goes back to the Udall flow, man. So, where is this Sambatyon, man? Even Alexander the Great has this romance flow about it, encountering the rivers on his travels. Others have said that it is an active volcano, which explains the rapid stones, fire, smoke, which rest on the Sabbath. Okay. And again, we got this Jewish encyclopedia. Sambatyon, all that. Subsequently altered to Sambatyon. The later people confounded the Sambatyon with the Sabbatic River of Josephus and Pliny and created many legends about the abode of the 10 tribes. David Kaufman, without discussing the existence of the river, explains the origin of the name Sambatyon. The legend originated with the river of sand and stones, which, owing to a volcanic cause, might have been agitated. They trying to figure anything out, right? Its Hebrew name was Nahar Hall. Now the Nile River is just the Nahal River. Nahal, like great rivers. So what's this got to do with the Nahal? Nahal, or the Nahal, or the Nile? Uh-oh. Event equivalent to the Arabic Wadi al-Ramo. This name was later misunderstood to signify the river of the weekdays, and thus gave rise to the legend of the periodic river, which alternated between Saturday and the weekdays, whence its name Sambatyon equals Sabbatic River, as the name does not indicate whether it flows or rests on Saturday. Josephus and Pliny interpreted the matter in contrary senses. So Josephus tripping, talking about this thing don't rest on the Sabbath, but only pops off on the Sabbath day and rest for 6 days. And Pliny's like, nah, man, it rests on the Sabbath and flows for 6 days, just like Dan, El Dan the Danite, El Dad, just like Forbidden Histories was breaking down as well. Ronald Sanders and a bunch of other people as well that we've been digging on, so far. Man, I mean, this is a great link into what I believe is a big part of our future, Managa, the Sambatyon River, which Ethiopia, which Asia, Managa, which Afghan. Like I said, that link is connected back with this King Shaul link here, talking about Saul had a son, Jeremiah, who also had a son, Afghana, right? You see all this connecting with the Kish, the Kush. We're going to take our time with this, I'm just, this became their motivation in the Quran, all right, supporting the ambition of the Jews to return to their own lands. But why? True, afterwards, it was necessary to replace mercy with anger. The local population, which hated the newcomers, tax collectors, was not agreed to recognize anything at all that came from them. Therefore, other service arose just as God inspired, which called for destruction of these Hebrews pronto, and without mercy. Let us return, however, to the holy blood and the holy grail. The symbol of the grail is a symbol of authority and of traditions which are inherited. It is part and parcel. It is the same as the legend of Prester John, the legendary Prester John, the legend of whom was spread widely in the Middle Ages. John was the master. Prester John was the master of a huge empire. Prester John, right? I mean, they're talking about you, right? Copper Color Khan, master of a huge empire. Whoa. He was omnipotent, and all-powerful. Kings and czars were, for him, only subjects. Tracticus Polymerus calls John the King of Kings, Rex Regnum. He combines in himself spiritual and secular authority, and he can say about himself, Prester John, by HaWah's grace, Lord of Lords, who are only beneath heaven, from the rising of the sun to paradise on earth and all medieval sources. Prester John controls and holds back the tribes of Gog and Magog, and controls the seen and the unseen world, Managi. He impedes the penetration into his kingdom of, quote, lions and giants, imperial military units corresponding to lions, and which had portrayals of a lion on their ensigns or standards. The degraded caste of warriors who had renounced high principles and fell into the grip of arrogance, violence, militancy, corresponding to the giants or titans. So they have other meanings for these giants and titans, man. The giants, according to the epic literature of those times, were worshippers of the wolf, kind of like the Mongol flow, some of them, man. Some like the Genghis flow and Marco Polo. They always had their wolf situation, even Game of Thrones, right? Oh, man, gotta dodge these sinus and viruses, man. They a wolf, wrapped in Dracan clothes, you know what I'm saying? Some sources maintain that King Xerxes, Alexander the Great, and Roman emperors Ogier, king of Denmark, and many others visited the kingdom of Prester John, where they were accorded legitimization of their status as rulers. They had to be made legit by visiting the Prester. Straight up like that. Straight up like that, man. The Prester made them legit. The Prester made them legit. John's kingdom is named the empire of the great Khan, and mysterious and miraculous stories, that is the Khan father, not the Godfather, the Khan father. In Slavic, Vatican or Vatican. So this whole terminology of a Vatican, Pope, Vatican, anything comes from the Prester, because you're talking about the house of the Khan, the Ba'at of the Khan. Later, you got Batu Khan, right? Or Vatican, who sits in the center of the world, according to the descriptions of Marco Polo, Hayton, Mandeville, Giovanni, De Plano, Carpini, and others. He was understood as the all-powerful sovereign of a huge country, as a wise and happy monarch, right? Nestorian, old king renowned for wisdom, right? Which fully corresponds to our version. The main conclusion is the idea of the Grail is the idea of imperial power. Who got the power? Who got the all power? Who got the keys? Who got the Khan? The great Khan. The Khan father. Man, I'm just talking Prester John. I mean, master of this huge empire, who only is beneath heaven from the rising of the sun to paradise on earth, my God. We're talking about the Holy Grail, the function. This is why. This is why, for the dismount, Jeremiah is saying it very clearly about the Prester, about Dawid, that one day, man, HaWah's gonna break the yoke off your neck, and you will serve the Creator, man. You will be back in cold, and you will serve the Khan, who got the power of this realm, of this earth plane, to lead you to the wall, to turn you back to the age of 32. David, whom I will raise up unto them, Manah, who I will raise up. The symbol of the Grail is a symbol of authority and traditions which are inherited, Manah, by you. It is part and parcel of the legendary Prester John, who combines in himself spiritual and secular authority. He got the keys. Who got the keys? Hey, man, Prester got the keys, my naga. You got the keys, my naga. Hey, Drop Nation, you got the keys. And we'll get right back here in the Prester Promised Lands, Lost Tribes and Promised Lands by Ronald Sanders, man. Talking about that same river, man, Running along one of the borders of Eldad's homeland is a river 200 yards wide, full of sand and stones, but without water. The stones make a great noise like the waves of a sea and a stormy wind, so that in the night the noise is heard at a distance of half a day's journey. And this river of stone and sand rolls during the 6 working days, rest on the Sabbath day. As soon as the Sabbath begins, fire surrounds the river and the flames remain until the next evening when the Sabbath ends. Thus no human being can reach the river for a distance of half a mile on either side. The fire consumes all that grows there. This river, called the Sambatyon, clearly is an ancestor of the river of stones in the Prester John legend. Are we talking about the Prester John legend? Who, oh who, is Prester John? Hey, the water to my cons for surfing the wave and Prester John installment number 75, my noggin. All the way live, my noggin. For the tribe, my noggin. And I wouldn't do it no other way, and I wouldn't have it no other way than to surf the wave with you. Say it with me, my noggin. Say it with me, my noggin. Ania. Kavera, Keber, Eber, a Cabal, Kuba, talking to Chief, the Naga Chief, who's Prester John. All the way up, all the way live, my Naga. We are connecting in real time. The Kyber is the cyber. This is where they're getting their cyber from. Oh boy. We're still in the Grand Khan, the Grand Kaveri, popping off in real time with the real ones, you know what I'm saying? We ain't gave up the search. We ain't gave up the truth. That the Prester John, that the Prester is you. You got the drop on the function. You got the drop on reality. Now what you gonna do with it? Just keep surfing away. You see, kingdom on kingdom on kingdom, my noggin. And we still here in the land of Prester John. Copper color Khan keep rising. Stay on cool. And I'll see you next time in the next installment of the Prester John investigation. HaWah to the tribe. Thou art die for surfing away. Stay up, suit up, choose up. HaWah.